I switched the host to Ms. Kippenbrock, our legal assistant, to get the YouTube stream running. It now says that the meeting is now streaming live on YouTube. I will therefore stop the recording at this point. But in the meantime, I'm going to increase Ms. Beatles your time to 15 minutes because of the interruption again, the unavoidable interruption. So as soon as I figure out how to do that, but right now it says 13:25, but I'll rest assured you have 15 minutes at least. Okay.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
And let's go back on the record. Ms. Beatles, would you please proceed with your cross-examination of Mr. Bullard?
Thank you. Mr. Bullard, would it be safe to say that the amount of company purchases, daily purchases in the day ahead or intraday market during the heating season varies widely?
Yes.
Is it correct that the swing gas you purchase in the day ahead or intraday market is the category of gas purchases most exposed to price risk?
Yes, I would agree with that. Generally, in most years, I mean, we saw the price spike this past year that in January that was related to the first of the month index, where the hedging protected us and that one or protected our customers. But in general, I would agree that the price risk is more prevalent in the daily market.
The proposed LNG facility cannot replace all swing gas needs of the company during the heating season. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct. And it was never intended to. That's not the design, and that's not what Keystone does either. In fact, we've never used Keystone, I think, more than 165,000 a day. And the idea is that you can mitigate and take off some of that. Even half of the swing gas would make a big difference in terms of huge price spikes, as we saw in Winter Storm Uri.
Did you see the headline story in the Albuquerque Journal this morning indicating that natural gas prices spiking is a relatively common occurrence as a result of especially cold temperatures?
I saw the headline, yes. I did not read the article.
The headline was natural gas prices spike with winter weather, right? Did you see that?
Yes, I did.
Mm-hmm. Would you agree that price spikes are more likely to occur during a cold weather event than normal heating season conditions?
Yes, yeah, I would.
Now, is it correct that assuming you get the LNG facility approved, is it correct that the amount of swing gas you purchase in the day ahead or intraday market would depend on how much you release from the LNG facility?
I would say it a different way. That's not incorrect, I guess, but I would say the plan, the daily plan, the mix would vary, and it would vary from day to day, and the mix would be, day ahead purchases that we have contracts for, and potentially LNG, and it would depend on a lot of variables, such as such as the weather, whether we're seeing cuts, what the market prices are doing. And so that would determine the mix. The gas supply team meets continually through the day. They actually have a morning meeting and an afternoon meeting to set up the supply plan, and it can change actually throughout the day as circumstances change, including weather and supply cuts and the pricing environment. So it's a the mix would change, and it would depend on a lot of variables.
So to clarify, one of the benefits of the facility that you claim is that you can use that gas when prices are high, which would thereby reduce the amount of swing gas you must purchase in the day ahead or intraday markets.
Yes, that's correct. In the events that where prices have spiked enough, where they're high enough that it makes sense to use the LNG, and we can save a significant amount of money for our customers, that's when we would be using LNG.
Mm-hmm. So sometimes in this hearing, we refer to MMBTU, other times MCF. Are those roughly equivalent?
Yes, they are.
And the LNG facility, I believe you said this yesterday, but just to bring it into the context of my questions, the capacity of your proposed facility is 1 BCF and can fill at a rate of about 10,000 MMBTU per day, correct?
That's correct.
And it would take about 100 days to fill from empty, right?
Yes, that's correct.
And just to clarify terms, liquefaction is the process used to store gas in an LNG facility, and vaporization is the process to release gas for use. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And the LNG facility you propose can release up to 195,000 MMBTU per day, but no more,
I'm
right?
sorry, can you start the question again? And
Sorry. And the LNG facility can release up to 195,000 MMBTU per day, but no more, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And the gas supply in the LNG facility could last about 5 days, assuming maximum withdrawal each day and no fills in between.
Yes, that's correct. However, we would rarely, if ever, be at max withdrawal. We've never withdrawn that much from Keystone. We don't foresee ever withdrawing at max withdrawal in the LNG facility. In fact, we're typically going to be more in the 60,000 a day. On a cold winter day, we might be in the 130,000. That's really kind of the design point. We can go up to 195,000 if circumstances dictate that makes sense, but likely would never be operating in that at that level. It'd more likely be in somewhere between 60 and 130,000.
Is it true that the LNG facility cannot vaporize and liquefy at the same time?
I'm not sure if that is true. That's probably a question for Mr. Barkley.
Okay.
It is true though that it can be it can be flipped very quickly. That may be correct, and I'm just not certain. But Mr. Barkley could answer that you can't do both at the same time. But regardless, you can flip from one to the other as long as it's you know, warmed up, ready to go. You can flip from one to the other in an hour or two.
That was my next question. if I wanted more particulars about this, I can ask Mr. Barclay.
Yes, Miss Beatles, that's correct. And really the way that would work is we would use LNG for typically 2 or 3 days. That's the typical length of the storms we see. Once in a while we see them, you might see it 5 days, but the ends are usually much lower demand. So it's really usually more around 3 days. And then after that storm passes, we usually have a week or two of warm weather. And so that's when we would be liquefying and adding additional volumes back into the tank.
So you're depending in part on the variability of New Mexico's climate.
The variability has been constant for years.
This question is about Keystone. Just to confirm, gas does not have to be liquefied to store there or vaporized to release, right?
That's right. It must be compressed to be stored there, and it actually must be compressed again to be released, but there's no need for liquefaction.
Again, with respect to Keystone, New Mexico Gas Company has the right to withdraw 190,000 MCF per day, right?
That's correct. When we're meeting the ratchet requirement, meaning that when we have the max amount that we're allowed to fill, it's 190,000, and then it ratchets down. I believe at 2 million, and it's somewhere in I believe in my testimony or rebuttal, when it ratchets down to when the level drops to 2 BCF, it ratchets down to 160. But the real, but you're right, the value is in the deliverability, and the LNG has the same deliverability with a range, and it doesn't ratchet. As we draw that down, that max deliverability doesn't change.
And that last statement was with respect to which facility?
The LNG facility.
Yes. Okay. So if the weather forecast extreme cold, aren't you less likely to release much or any gas from the LNG facility in case you need it to avoid curtailments in the event of freezing conditions affecting deliverability?
It would really depend on the circumstances at the time. It depends on what our line pack is, what the weather looks like, what we're seeing from our suppliers and the pipeline. If everything's looking good, we'll use more LNG. But and then that also depends on what the price environment is. If the systems are looking good, supply is looking good, and the price is not increased, maybe we won't use LNG. So it's variable. It all depends on the circumstances at the time. But no, we would not. There's nothing that would make us hoard LNG, if you will. We would use it as beneficially as possible.
Well, let me drill down on that with my next question. If you plan to have gas from this facility, the LNG facility, available to avoid curtailments like you experienced in 2011, and extreme cold was forecasted, why would you release any to mitigate price spikes?
But you have to understand that in 2011, had we had just been able to put 60,000 into the system, we would have been able to prevent that curtailment. So we don't have to have the thing full. We just have to have a certain amount available so that when that load spikes in the morning time, because that's when it spikes, and that's what happened in 2011 is we had our nominations, and they were all lined up, and that morning before, early that morning, we were seeing cuts, but they weren't showing up, and then all that load comes on. The load profile spikes in the early morning hours between 5 a.m. and 8 a.m. and the biggest spike is at 7 a.m. And so all we would have needed is enough gas to get through that time frame to prevent curtailments. So we don't need to have the full volume available to prevent against curtailments like that.
Some of the factors that would go into those decisions are outside your control, right?
I'm not sure. Can you give me for instance? I'm
Well,
not sure.
temperatures for one.
Like the weather?
Like the
Yeah.
weather. Well, absolutely. The weather is outside my control. But we control the LNG facility, which is why it makes it so much of better value than Keystone. We control it. We don't control Keystone. We don't control the interstate pipelines, and we have the ability within an hour to inject gas right into our system, right where it's needed. And so we do have that control, and it helps mitigate all the other things that we don't have control over, such as the weather and the pricing environment.
So I'm going to ask it another way. If you plan to use your gas stored in the LNG facility to mitigate the cost of gas when prices are high and prices are rising due to severe weather conditions, don't you risk, if you use that gas to mitigate rising prices, don't you then risk not having as much gas as you could to avoid curtailments like 2011?
It's a balance. We would, and again, I go back to you're not using it all. You're using a certain amount. Say you had a pricing environment this week, and we used 100,000 over 3 days. We'd use 300,000 of the BCF. We'd still have plenty of gas if another storm hit in 3 weeks, and we'd also be able to liquefy in between to replenish some. But we'd have plenty of gas, more than enough for reliability's sake and prevent curtailments. Because as I said, it's really that you need that shot of gas when those peaks hit. That's when you're at risk for curtailment, is when all that load comes on in the morning hours at 7 a.m. And you just need to have 60,000-80,000 to be able to inject into the system right when that load comes on, and that's that extra reliability you need to prevent that curtailments, because then the load comes back down, and typically then what happens is you start to see gas come back, or we're able to increase line pack into the system. Then we have another price spike in the evening again, but it's not as high. But load spike. I said price spike, but what I meant was load spike. And so as long as you have the ability to take care of those spikes for that brief period of time, that's really all you need to prevent the curtailment. So you're not having to inject that full amount, especially even over the whole day. That's the beauty of the LNG. We can inject, for the 4 hours that we see that peak, shut it off, let line pack increase from gas that we are getting, and then if we need it on that second spike again, we can inject more. So I would, I don't see a conflict with being able to mitigate prices when we need to, and then having enough LNG available for reliability and preventing curtailments. And in fact, I see it as being much better than the current arrangement we have now.
Ms. Beatles, you're almost 4 minutes into stoppage time or injury time or added time, depending on what part of the football world you're in and not NFL. So what would you want? Let me pause you and see what you want to do.
I would like to use my time that I've reserved for Mr. Reed.
That's a whole hour.
Not all of it. I would say about up to 20 minutes of it.
Okay, up to 20 minutes. So I'll put you at 20. Is that okay?
Yes,
All right, please start.
thank you. Isn't the description of, doesn't the description that you just provided of how you might use this LNG facility depend on the ability of the facility to,
Uh-oh, exhaust you?
can you hear me now?
Yes, now I can.
Okay.
Yes.
So the description you just provided of how you might use this facility, doesn't it depend on the ability to switch quickly between liquefaction and vaporization?
No, not necessarily. The way I described it, what I'm talking about is we're vaporizing for 4 hours and then we stop, and then because we've hit that peak, or we've taken care of the peak load, and then we stop we're not vaporizing for the next 4 hours, 6 hours until the next peak. We're allowing our gas supplies that we're getting from elsewhere increase our line pack, and then as we increase our line pack at that second peak, we might not need LNG, or we go back to vaporization. But no, that's not contingent upon being able to switch quickly between the two. And as I mentioned before, what the more likely scenario is that we would be in vaporization mode for 3 or 4 days, and then when the weather moves out, we'd switch to liquefaction mode until we saw another storm coming in.
Do you know whether the facility is capable of vaporizing and liquefying in the same day?
I don't. That's probably a better question for Mr. Barkley.
Mhm. Generally speaking, any gas from this LNG facility that is used for price mitigation during a weather event would lower the amount available to cover supply disruptions. Would you agree?
It would lower it to the extent that we couldn't replace it over the next, before the next weather event.
Okay, I'm going to move on to WRA Exhibit 3, which is New Mexico Gas Company's annual supply plan for 2023 to 2024. Let me know when you're there.
WAR 3? I'm there.
Yes.
Yes. No.
And please refer to page 17. The pagination is in the lower right-hand corner, and it contains a section with the heading supply targets, and let me know when you're there.
Fortunately, I don't think mine has pagination.
So that must have been the earlier version, and I sent a second version to the hearing examiner to substitute. It is PDF page 22.
What
If
is
you're,
the,
if you're viewing it with Adobe, it is PDF page 22.
We're looking at a paper copy.
supply targets? Is that what you said?
Yes.
I think I'm there. Yes. Figure,
Oh.
figure 16.
Yes, at the very bottom, correct?
Yes.
But in the text above that, above the reference to figure 16, under the header supply targets, that text refers to a design day study for the Northwest and Southeast systems. Do you see that?
Yes.
Are your winter supply targets based on a 1 in 30-year design day?
Yes, they are.
Does that mean that the company expects that the winter supply portfolio illustrated in that plan, your 2023-2024 annual supply plan, specifically referring to figure 19 on page 23? Let me know when you're there and I'll restart my question. So figure 19 on page 23 of this plan. This is your current plan, correct?
Yes.
What exhibit are you in, Ms. Beatles?
WRA Exhibit 3, which is the company's 2023 to 2024 annual supply plan.
Right, and it's the one with the pagination. I recall adding that to,
Mhm.
if I'm not mistaken. You don't have that one, Mr. Bullard, with the pagination? Or the footer?
I don't have the pagination, but I'm at figure 19.
Okay, go ahead. But there's a blue banding at the bottom. It's actually a footer that says redacted version, page 7, or page whatever of 24. Is that right, Ms. Beatles?
That's correct.
And just let the record reflect that at least the hearing examiner was able to catch that one, which is in the record here, okay? So let's go to that now, Mr. Bullard, go ahead. 19 of 24.
Well, he's at figure 19, which is on page 23 of 24, right?
Okay. Got it.
Is that where you are, Mr. Bullard?
Yes, I'm at figure 19.
Go
Okay.
ahead.
Does the company expect that the winter supply portfolio illustrated in that figure will be adequate to provide reliable service in the event of a 1 in 30-year event?
Yes, we are in the assuming we get that supply. That's and that's of course the issue. You can see 190,000 of that is storage, and so and then there's all the rest that rely on the interstates as well. So absolutely, if we get all of that, knock on wood, yes, we're good. But the concern is that we get cuts, storage doesn't deliver, or the interstates have a problem, and then that's where the risk and the concern is.
On top of that 1 in 30-year design day, the company also contracts for additional capacity to cover supply disruptions of up to 20% of the total system supply needs. Is that correct?
That's included in this. That's already included in these numbers.
But that is on top of your 1 in 30-year design day modeling, correct?
Yes, yeah, I would agree. That's correct.
Could that 20% be called a reserve?
Um, I, yeah, I think you could call it that. It's to help, it's to help when we see supply cuts. That's the whole reason for that additional 20% is, and I don't think we have a full 20%, but it's close enough. That's there in the event that we see those supply cuts, and we have to scramble. But it doesn't cover, it still would not cover, if we lost Keystone completely, or if we lost, a significant portion on the interstates or the supply bases. But it does help, absolutely. That's what it's for, is to help with issues.
Could you refer, please, to WRA Exhibit 1, which is the direct testimony of Aaron Gould, and specifically pages 14 to 16? Let me know when you're there.
I am there.
Do you agree with his point that the one standard deviation added to your 1 in 30-year design day study for the Northwest system increases the capacity and supply that is needed to meet that standard?
No, I disagree. What the standard deviation does is increase the confidence level that that 1 in 30 will fall within that band. So by adding that one standard deviation, it increases your confidence level of like somewhere like from 97% to 98.6%, that the actual demand that you see on that day falls within that.
So it does tend to increase the results of the 1 in 30-year design day, or the amount of supply that would be needed to meet the 1 in 30-year design day?
It's the statistical value that increases the confidence in that the predicted number is right, that it'll fall within that band.
Okay, I think I just have a couple more questions. Let me just look at my notes, please.
Excuse me, Mr. Bullard, are you saying 1 in 30-year or 1 and 30-year?
1 in 30.
Thank you, sir.
There were some questions from Council for New Energy Economy yesterday about the type of seismic zone that the LNG facility is located in. Do you recall those questions?
Yes, I do.
Do you know whether there are federal regulatory requirements that need to be met as a result of the facility's location?
There are design requirements depending on the seismic activity, the seismic probabilities that our feed or EPC vendors must take into account in their designs.
Okay, so I assume that we could find, I mean, do you know where we could find those?
I don't know, and I don't know where you could find those. Mr. Barkley might, but I know the EPC vendors would be incorporated into their designs, and more importantly, they're incorporating actual geotechnical surveys that take samples out at the site of the actual conditions at the site, and factor that into their design.
And I have one final question or two. Let's please refer to the AG Exhibit 2, which is the direct testimony of John Rosenkrantz. And please refer to page 16. Let me know when you're there.
I am there.
And looking at lines 5 through 11, the question is that he poses himself in his testimony: does NMGC consider how the company's proposal would affect gas purchase cost? His answer is no, not in the application. The cost estimates presented in the application include the LNG facility capital cost and Keystone storage reservation cost, the LNG facility operating cost, and the variable injection and withdrawal cost for both alternatives. And the next sentence reads, NMGC says nothing about how replacing Keystone storage with the LNG facility would affect the gas purchase costs that the company recovers from sales service customers. And my question is, have you performed an analysis of the difference in gas purchase costs under Keystone versus an LNG facility?
Yes, we have, and I believe that's included in Mr. Reed's testimony. And it's essentially the gas purchase cost is the same, but then you add on the O&M on top of that, and it's somewhere between $1.50 or $2 adder. But I believe that's in Mr. Reed's testimony.
The adder is associated with which facility?
The LNG.
LNG. Okay, I have no further questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Beatles. Mr. Black?
Thank you, hearing examiner. Good morning, Mr. Bullard.
Good morning,
can you
Mr.
hear?
Black. Yes, I can hear you. Good morning.
Thank you. I wanted to follow up about the Western Resource Advocate questions about Keystone, and specifically about the impact of force majeure on injections and withdrawals. Okay.
Yes.
How does Keystone compress the natural gas for storage injections and withdrawals?
It uses natural gas driven compressors to compress that gas.
Thank you. Do you know how much natural gas Keystone uses as fuel to run those compressors?
No, not with certainty. I have 1% a 1% fuel cost in my head, but I'm not certain.
Okay, thank you. So does the Keystone facility produce carbon dioxide from the use of its compressors in its normal daily operations?
Do it now.
Objection.
Who objected?
Mr. Dodd,
On what basis?
this is friendly cross, Mr. Hearing Examiner.
That's the only basis I would accept uh, from a non-party, from counsel that is not sponsoring the witness. So that's an appropriate objection, whether it's granted or not. Let me look at the question. Is this friendly cross, Mr. Black?
I don't believe it is. The questions from WRA were asking about compressors.
All right,
Well,
it adds
the answers were about compressors.
it adds color to the dialogue, information to the proceeding. Therefore, the objection is overruled.
The answer to your question, Mr. Black, is yes. Their compressor operations would result in carbon dioxide emissions.
Thank you. Now I'm moving to a different area. Yesterday, Commissioner James Ellison asked questions about the siting location for the LNG facility. Do you remember those questions?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Is it correct that the New Mexico Public Regulation Commission has not yet adopted any PHMSA regulations under 49 CFR 193?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. Has the company done their due diligence and complied with the citing requirements of 49 CFR 193?
Yes, we have. Our owner's engineer in Lisbon has used that their requirements extensively in their pre-feed design, and our current feed contractors are using their requirements in their feed and their feed proposals.
All right. Finally, has the company been in contact with the Commission's Pipeline Safety Bureau about promulgating in New Mexico Public Regulations rule on this issue?
Yes, we have.
Oh, can you describe what those contacts have been?
We've had contacts with the bureau chief, I believe is his title, discussing where we'll work with him to promulgate those rules so that the state can take over from PHMSA the oversight, safety oversight of the facility.
Thank you. No further questions, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Black. Let's see. Commissioners, do you have questions for Mr. Bullard? Any further questions?
Mr. Hearing Examiner, I did have a few. I wanted to give Commissioner O'Connell the opportunity to ask first, since I did ask yesterday if he has any questions.
Yeah, I do have some follow-ups from things that I've heard so far in the hearing.
Okay. Well, go ahead, Commissioner O'Connell, please.
Mr. Bullard, yesterday you were talking about how there's system supply customers and transportation customers on the system. And so I went and was looking at the most recent IRP, and it looks to me like volumetrically the breakdown is about half customers that gas company buys gas for, and half are either on system or off system transportation. Am I reading that correctly?
That's correct.
And then when I was reading the testimony for this case, it seemed like there was like two primary buckets of benefit. One is price, other is just physical reliability. So do the transportation customers have the same exposure to physical risk as the system supply customers?
In terms of reliability?
Yes.
Yes, they do.
And then when I was looking at the list of interveners for this case, is there an intervener that is representing the transportation customers?
I don't believe so.
And then you were talking about how New Mexico Gas Company balances the system throughout the day. So again, with these transportation customers, are their supplies cut at less than, roughly the same, or more than the quantity that your company's purchases get cut?
Um, I, I guess without having the data in front of me, I would say roughly the same.
I mean, that's kind of what I expected. You're buying from the same suppliers. Your cuts
Yep.
should make sense. The cuts should be the same. And then in terms of balancing rules, it sounds like gas company is balancing puts and takes from the interstate pipeline system. Do the shippers follow, or I'm sorry, the transportation customers follow the same balancing rules that gas company does?
On our system or on the interstates?
I'm thinking about the on-system transportation customers. Like, do they have to follow the same gas day cycles of nomination to keep their supply matching their demand as the day goes on?
Yes, they do.
And then when you get end of the day, end of month, end of week, do they have the same balancing requirements with however they, with their purchases off of, say, interstate pipes as gas company does?
Yes, I would assume they do with us, but I would expect they have those same balancing requirements with the interstates as well.
I'm just trying to get a sense for how much of just, you talked about the need to match a supply that's roughly the same through the day with demand that varies through the day. How much of a service is gas company providing these on-system transportation customers?
I see. I would say it's similar, especially for the for all of them. The larger ones are more sophisticated. They tend to do a better job, but it's very similar.
So then I guess my question about intervention is, these are sophisticated customers, they buy their own supply. Why aren't they here in this case?
Uh, Commissioner O'Connell, I'm not sure. They were provided notice and they declined to intervene.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, I mean, just
And
wondering
I,
if you had any insight into that, because it's just kind of odd to me that half the system that would benefit from the reliability that you're describing is not participating in this case. So I'm just trying to understand that. And then you listed all the different alternatives to the proposal in this CCN that the company has looked at. Just curious, within the lane of an LNG facility, did the company look at third-party ownership of that facility?
We did not.
Thank you. And then I guess while I have you here, just kind of a policy question. We could go to your rebuttal testimony on page 55. Right about line 3.
55, line 3.
Yeah,
Okay, I'm there.
yeah, starting with, I'm not a lawyer, as you know, neither am I, so amen, brother. But the question there was, I mean, when I read this testimony, you were responding to testimony. It was kind of like, don't expand the gas system. And you're saying there are impediments, policy impediments to doing that. So I was wondering if you could unpack that a little bit. Could you point to what you had in mind there?
Um,
And am I reading the testimony correctly that it's about expanding the system?
well, the way without going further back, this particular paragraph is referring to is that I believe one of Ms. Velez's recommendations was that the commission require us to provide incentives for all electric construction in our territory. And I believe what we're saying is that there are legal impediments related to that. And even if you could, not sure that those incentives would change the need for storage and change the equation that LNG still provides the best storage.
And I guess what I was zeroing in on is what are the legal impediments to the incentives for electrification?
I'm gonna go back to the previous statement that I'm not a lawyer, so I'm not sure what those legal impediments are.
Yeah, fair enough. Probably drawing from an empty well here, but if there's also testimony from others in the case that there just isn't a lot of opportunity to ratchet demand down. A lot of testimony even today about price risk and on the system. So are there any impediments to helping people develop a dual fuel capability?
Yeah, again, I'm gonna say I'm not sure. Not that I know of, but I'd have to check with my legal team.
Yeah, fair enough. So I appreciate that and thank you, Mr. Hearing Examiner. That's the list of questions I had nagging at me.
Thank you, Commissioner. I just wanted to ask about those transportation customers, Mr. Bullard. I can ask of another witness, maybe Mr. Yardley or another witness, but I did just generally, I was looking at the certification of stipulation in the last rate case, and stipulation exhibit number 6 has a list of transportation customers who are provided discounted transportation rates under the stipulation. Does that comprise all of the transportation customers or shipping customers? Is that synonymous, first off, shipping and transportation customers? Or is this better?
That is, no, I can
Go
answer.
ahead.
Yeah, no, that's shipping and transportation is synonymous, and it does not comprise the full list. That's a subset, a very small subset actually of the full list of transportation customers.
And are those customers served under rate 70?
Yes.
The rate 61 sales for resale service customers. Generally, who are those? Is that like Los Alamos County? Or
That's Los Alamos County. Yes.
Any other counties or municipalities, or that's
the only one that comes to mind.
okay. Well, I have some other questions, but I'm going to defer to Commissioner Ellison now. Commissioner Ellison?
Thank you, Mr. Hearing Examiner. Good morning, Mr. Bullard. I wanted to follow up on one line of questioning from Commissioner O'Connell and had a few others based on yesterday's proceedings. Would you agree that the transmission customers would benefit from enhanced reliability? Would this LNG storage facility be constructed?
I'm assuming by transmission customers, you mean transportation customers, and yes.
Okay,
they
sorry,
would-
yes, transportation, yes.
Yes, I would agree that they would benefit from increased reliability.
Would they pay anything for this facility?
That would be decided in the rate case after it goes into service. But as Mr. Yardley
Yeah.
put forth in his proposed and very preliminary rate design, and that could, all of that could change by the time a rate case is filed. But his contemplation is, yes, that they would be paying for a portion of it. There would be a portion, and it wouldn't be the same amount as the sales customers because they don't receive the same benefit, but they would pay for a portion of it.
Okay, well, it's good to hear that they would not be free riders receiving a benefit yet not paying for it. You were speaking about the LNG facility would give you the ability to withdraw for, say, 4 hours during a peak. Do you have the ability to do that with Keystone now?
No, it's a daily quantity.
So when you nominate a withdrawal from Keystone, is it the same quantity each hour of the day of a 24-hour day that you have to nominate, or can you nominate different amounts depending on the time of day?
It's a daily amount, and it's in theory prorated by hour over the day. But it does, and I say in theory because it does depend on when that nomination actually goes in, that you could get that full daily amount in 8 hours if that's what's left in the gas day. And typically once it's nominated, as we pull it off the pipeline, we'll pull it off as needed during the hourly, and so it ends up in practicality not being prorated completely over hourly. But as long as that the total amount equals what was nominated for the day, then we're considered meeting the requirement. If that makes sense.
But you don't have a lot of control, it sounds like, over the timing of it within the day.
We have zero control. Yes. Yeah, you've hit the nail on the head. The big difference is the control we have with the LNG facility and being able to flip it on when we see that the peak loads come on.
Does your line pack offset that lack of control? Does it give you some buffer?
It does. Yes, that's what that's the shock absorber, if you will, that we use to help with that lack of control. Absolutely.
And so how important is it to have that greater control that you would have with the LNG facility?
In the event of a severe storm, such as we saw in 2011, such as even similar to Uri, that control is huge. It makes a big difference and could make all the difference in terms of whether or not we had to curtail or not.
With Keystone, do you inject in the winter sometimes, or is it completely seasonal?
No, we do both. We inject sometimes in the winter as well.
So you are able to say, after this winter storm, we want to start injecting into Keystone ahead of some potential further storm.
Yes, that's correct. We have that ability. Absolutely.
Would you expect your annual throughput to be different with the LNG facility as compared to Keystone? And by throughput, I mean, if you think about how much you're storing and how much you're storing and pulling out over the year.
No, I do not. Not appreciably anyway. It would be negligible. Negligible. I would
It'd be
expect
similar.
I would expect our throughput to be very, very similar.
Okay. Did I hear you correctly yesterday in stating that you're not sure whether Keystone falls under FERC jurisdiction?
You are correct. I did state that, but I have since learned after talking to my legal team that they did determine that they do fall under FERC jurisdiction. They have what's called a Henshaw exemption, but they do fall under FERC. The legal team had consulted with a FERC attorney to determine that.
And is that something that you've known for a long time, or have recently discovered that Keystone is under FERC jurisdiction?
I think it's been within the time frame of this CCN application, and probably after the certainly after the bench request, that determination was made.
Okay, because they serve an interstate market, and it would seem reasonable for that to be the case. In the, as far as the force majeure question goes, I had a question about this a while back as a bench request. My understanding is that FERC's definition is that force majeure is an event beyond the party's control, one which could not have reasonably been avoided. Is that the gas company's understanding as well, Mr. Bullard, that that's the definition that FERC uses?
I'm not sure if that's the exact I guess my understanding is that and again I'm going to preface it with I'm not a lawyer, but my understanding from our legal team is that FERC doesn't have a single definition, and that after consulting with outside FERC attorneys that and I may be getting that wrong. Our internal team may have looked at this themselves, but that the force majeure clause that is in our contract with Keystone is consistent with FERC requirements for force majeure.
Well, wouldn't you agree that the definition that's currently in the Keystone contract uh, specifically includes pipe or valve freezes and lists them as a force majeure event. Whereas if you accept, maybe not the exact wording, but the spirit of what I've mentioned is my understanding of FERC's definition, that it's something beyond the party's control, something that they could not reasonably have avoided. Wouldn't it seem to you that it's possible to avoid a valve freezing or prevent a pipe from freezing?
I would agree, Commissioner Allison. That's what it would seem to me. However, I'm told by our attorneys that as they looked at the FERC requirements and history, that FERC has consistently held up that type of language.
Have you asked FERC or launched a complaint with FERC on this matter, or is that just you haven't done that because you don't think you'd be successful?
You're correct, Commissioner Ellison. My understanding is we haven't done that because it's highly unlikely we'd be successful. And in addition, I would say, with that in mind, because it's very unlikely we'd be successful, we're also concerned about preserving the relationship for as long as we need Keystone.
Isn't it also informed by the level and stringency of the regulation of the pipeline regulator, the state regulator? So for instance, if this valve freezes in Texas, the standard might be, so the force majeure standard is informed by whether the company was within the ambit of the regulation, right? And if
Yes,
the regulation is lax, then the standard is lax, as happened in 2021.
I think that's correct. That's my understanding.
Well, they are performing a interstate service here, so it would seem to me that the force majeure clause could be different than what might be accepted practice in Texas. Would you agree with that, Mr. Bullard?
I'm not, I guess, not being an attorney, I'm not sure I even understand the question enough to have
well, maybe it was not a great question, but I think it's fair to say that the industry, especially on the gas production side, have really fought against any force majeure definitions that would place more responsibility on them in the event of cold weather and freezes, and so it's not surprising to me that this facility would like to be able to define freezes, pipe and valve freezes as force majeure, but it is surprising to me that is accepted without challenge I did want to ask about exactly what happened in the February 2021 Winter Storm Uri with Keystone. They obviously sent out this notice of field pressure issues, but I think it's come to light since that the core problem was that they had several valves on their withdrawal fields that were frozen in the closed position. Is that your understanding as well, Mr. Bullard?
I'm not sure I have a complete understanding of the issues they have. My understanding is that it was a combination of those things, field pressure, and then it changed, or it might have, or vice versa. It was a frozen valve and then field pressure. But my understanding, it was some either combination or a sequence that they had issues with.
And if the valve freezing was the main issue, doesn't it seem reasonable that either they could have opened those valves ahead of the storm, or that they could have spent a little capital to insulate those valves?
Not being familiar with their operation, I'm not sure about the first, but I would agree with the second. It does seem reasonable. And we had reached out to them before in several instances about asking them to, what are they doing? And they've always assured us that, they're taking measures to winterize their facility to make it more durable and more reliable. But unfortunately, we haven't seen that result.
But that's consistent with what the Texas authorities require them to do, right? Which may be less than New Mexico would.
I believe that's correct.
Same with housing construction.
But they are an interstate facility. Interestingly, one last question, and maybe
yeah, Commissioner, it just begs the question about what inform. That's something for us to determine. Perhaps is when that happens, what standard does FERC apply? Does it have federal requirements, or does it look to the state regulations to see whether the operator was in compliance with the state regulations? I guess all I was suggesting.
Right, but I don't even think FERC gets involved unless the company raises the question, which it has evidently never done.
Right.
One other question, Mr. Bullard. I remember seeing the numbers of, is it $1 to $1.50 for the, is it the cost of liquefaction at the facility? Is that the additional cost of storage due to power purchase costs?
It's that's the biggest factor, but it's all of the O&M associated with operating the facility.
I see. So that's basically taking the annual O&M costs and spreading it across the volume of throughput.
That's correct.
Great. Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Commissioner Ellison. Commissioner O'Connell, anything further before the break?
Yeah, no, thank you.
Thank you, sir. I have a few questions, but I think we definitely need a break now. I'm sure Mr. Bullard. Well, I think Mr. Bullard probably appreciate one. So let's take 15 minutes and come back right after, like at 11:02 or so. So 15 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you.
Have a great day. Thank you so much.
Ms. Lynch, you had your hand up before the break. Is there something that,
Oh, I'm just wanting to follow up, but I think maybe that occurs after you ask some questions.
follow up with what?
Questions that were asked of the witness.
So are you asking whether you would like,
When
you could
I guess,
be permitted to do recross?
hmm
Okay, we'll get to that.
Okay.
Mr. Bullard, could you please turn to page 54 of your direct testimony? And on that page, starting at the end of line 12, you talk about an operating plan that 49 CFR Part 193 requires. You see that?
54.
54, I'm sorry, what line?
12 on to 13.
Yes, sir. I see that.
Is that the same operating plan discussed in the next section of your direct testimony, or is that a distinct plan?
Let me find this, the next section you're talking about. Are you talking about, we're on page 58, the plan for use of the LNG facility?
Yes, operating plan on line 19, page 58.
Yeah, those are different. Absolutely. The CFR part 193 operating plan is concerned with safety and security and that sort of thing. What this operating plan that I've included here is a hypothetical plan describing how we might use the facility.
Okay. And what is the stat? Do you have a draft starting with the safety and security plan that's required by 49 CFR Part 193? Do you have that in draft form?
That actually gets developed in conjunction with whichever EPC gets selected for constructing. So that would happen after that. It'd be later in the
Process.
In the process, yes.
And what does EPC stand for?
Engineering, procurement, and construction.
Okay. And this operating plan is this other one on page 58, starting on page 58, section Roman numeral 8 of the testimony. That's just a hypothetical plan?
Yes, that's correct.
Mr. Hearing Examiner,
Yes, sir.
just to set the record straight, that's actually mislabeled as Roman numeral 13. That should be Roman numeral 6. I noticed that when I was reading this. So
13.
there are 6 sections. This is number 6. but it became 13 in the printing. So that
Yeah, I read that X as a V. I'm sorry. Because it is so far off. Yeah, I kind of ignored it, but I was reading it as a V for some reason because the numbering was so far off.
I was going to fix that, but I took that as a typo and let it go.
No worries. Thank you. So moving back a little bit, you talk about permits that are required on page 51 on to 52 of your direct testimony. Do you see that?
Yes,
Is that an exhaustive list of all the permitting and approvals that are required?
it is
Or
not.
it is not.
No, there are additional permits and in fact, I believe I list them in my, is it in my rebuttal or in one of the exhibits? We'll locate that and give you that.
It was in an interrogatory response that was discussed yesterday, Mr. Maderos.
Right.
I'll find it for you.
Well, rather than try and have you, Mr. Bullard, provide a summary of where things stand, if you could, I think it might be, well, could you, or would it be better to just get that whole list and then provide a response, a bench request response that updates the current status of all the permitting requirements? What would be more efficient?
I could give you a summary right now. Those permits are not sought after until after the design is complete. That's when the permitting process begins. So they're
Still early days then.
it's still early days.
Okay.
And Mr. Hearing Examiner, just for the record, it was NEE interrogatory 213 that was discussing the permitting yesterday.
Thank you,
Sorry,
Mr. Dodd.
can you state that again, Mr. Dodd? It was,
Absolutely. It was New Energy Economy interrogatory 2-13 from yesterday that was going through the permitting requirements.
And I think that was in NEE Exhibit 7.
I
Now,
believe that's correct.
let's turn to page 82 of your direct testimony now. This is regarding that issue we were talking about, and I'll cross-reference your rebuttal testimony. We're talking about the savings that could have been borne by the LNG facility had it been in operation during in February 2021 during Winter Storm Uri. And on page 44, we agreed that based on the amended, I think we agreed, correct me if I'm wrong, that based on the amended JJR-3 that showed $13.8 million in savings. Do you recall that discussion yesterday?
Yes, I do.
Instead of 14.6 million. And that's on page 44 of your rebuttal testimony. However, looking at, excuse me, page 82, I'm confused because in the direct testimony, I'm starting on line 7, page 82. It says the company could vaporize LNG as necessary and not necessarily at the full capability of the LNG facility, comma, knowing that it could quickly increase vaporization if required. Then you have a hypothetical. And that hypothetical concludes on line 13 in savings of $60 million in the scenario given. But you do reference Storm Uri there as well.
Yes.
So could you explain the discrepancy?
Yes, these numbers are purely hypothetical, and they're and the reference to Storm Uri is just merely to illustrate the possibilities for high prices, similar to what we saw in Winter Storm Uri. But this is not analyzing actual savings that could have been realized over Winter Storm Uri. This is just a hypothetical.
But closer to fact than the savings would have been approximately $14 million.
The I guess the way I think about it is that the savings would have been at least $14 million without even trying to do anything else. Just really replacing the gas that got cut from our noms, and that's it. When
From our noms?
yes, from our nominations. I'm sorry. And but if you look at a little bit more than that, it's easy to get to a $30 million savings that I think is actually realistic, just by, when I talked about earlier, there were a couple of days where we nominated less because we knew we couldn't get our full capacity. Had we just done that, had used LNG to that full capacity, it gets you closer, it gets you up into that 30 million range. Using more of the LNG over that time obviously just gets you more savings. The 14 million is just replacing what got cut.
Just replacing what got cut. Okay. And it's fair to point out as you do that, even though it's not, but the point is the LNG facility itself is not a panacea. It's not a complete cure, right?
Absolutely not.
But incrementally over time, as you point out on 44 going on to 45 of your rebuttal, marginally over time, it let's just say 3 or 4 Storm Uri type events would cover the cost of the facility. It doesn't take too many Storm Uris for the LNG facility to fully mitigate the effects of price volatility felt in Storm Uri, is your testimony.
That's true. And I guess even to put a finer point on it, what I'm trying to say is that we think there are savings every year, and that are in the 3 million range. And again, that's being conservative. When we look back, do the look back, and we take I guess a more aggressive approach in using the LNG, we can save more. And then you throw in a severe pricing event similar to Uri. It doesn't take but 1 or 2, in my opinion, to pay for the cost of the facility in conjunction with the offset of Keystone.
But that's wholly apart. So what you're saying is you need storage, right? Right now it's Keystone. You're proposing the LNG facility. You're saying there's $3 million savings in comparison to Keystone, the new LNG facility?
In prices, yes.
Okay.
Yep.
And prices.
Yeah.
Commissioner O'Connell was asking you about dual fuel systems. You recall that discussion?
Yes.
In your rebuttal on page 46, at the bottom, line 17, you say that gas company is, and I'm paraphrasing, is sensitive to the issue of carbon reduction as reflected by the company's last two rate cases dating back to 2019. You say the company has taken actions consistent with the governor's executive orders on climate change and regarding reducing GHG greenhouse gas emission. Why didn't you mention the energy efficiency dockets in that testimony as well as the rate cases? The company's energy efficiency dockets.
That's a good question. I think we do refer to the energy efficiency efforts, but I don't believe we introduced the dockets.
As a company considered, proposing, and I haven't, frankly, I haven't investigated it. I haven't been doing the gas company's energy efficiency proceedings, so I don't know what measures and plans that the company has been propounding in the energy efficiency dockets. But wouldn't it be feasible to propose rebates or some sort of promotion for customers for, say, dual fuel systems? That wouldn't that be feasible potentially? I'm putting you on the spot, and that's not fair, frankly. But I just wanted to explore that because there's been a lot of discussion about full electrification, but
Right.
let's talk about dual fuel systems. Let's get closer to what might be feasible here.
Yeah, I think it is, but it's not my area of expertise, so I'm not certain.
Okay, fair enough. I'm going to move back up in your rebuttal testimony a little bit, I think, where you talk about, okay, this is on page 13. And well, this was frankly a little bit curious to me because it's themed that we already touched on them, but I want to go into more depth about them as I promised we would yesterday. And those are those conditions or concessions that gas company is willing to make. This is on page 13. And what was curious to me is that unlike most rebuttal I see, it'll point out specifically what testimony it is responding to. And here it seems like you're responding to staff witness Rilkoff's direct testimony and the conditions of approval that staff has at the end of his testimony. And you're setting forth the company's 9 conditions of that it's willing to accept. Are you responding to staff's, in a sense, and is that your way of responding to it without saying so directly?
Yes, Mr. Hearing Examiner, you're exactly right.
So what that required me to do is to pull up Mr. Rilkoff's testimony, put it on the same screen as this one, and compare closely to parse what the company is willing to do in relation to what staff proposes. So it looks like the first provision is the Rilkoff provision number 1, pretty much, with some modifications. But let's look at number 2. Staff recommends annual operating costs in excess of 3.5 million. You're 1.2 million higher at 4.7 million. why, is that just what the company's comfortable with, or why are you $1.2 million higher than what staff is proposing there on condition number 2, starting on line 15, page 14?
Yes. The 3.5 that's in staff was based on our initial O&M estimate. And then we subsequently filed an errata changing that estimate because that original estimate miscalculated the electricity costs. And so we corrected that, recalculated the electricity costs, and that raised that O&M to 4.7 million.
Okay. Then I can take that up with Mr. Rilkoff when he testifies to see how he feels about your proposal, your counter proposal, let's say. But you don't appear to, the company doesn't appear to agree with his third condition, which is that staff recommends that when, by omission, I mean, you don't agree. Staff recommends that when service from Keystone Storage is redundant with the LNG facility, all sublease revenue from Keystone Storage should go to the benefit of customers. You don't agree with that condition? And I assume you don't by omission.
Yeah, that's correct.
Well, okay, that is correct then.
That's correct, but I think that was just an oversight. I think we would be willing to commit to that as well.
Okay, and that's why I go back to the start where you don't reference that you're responding to staff directly. And if you go point by point, it helps the reader, right? So that we don't have to go through this exercise where we're trying to compare and see the nuances where, you might say you might agree to something slightly different than staff proposed. So it makes it more complex than rather than just say, as we've seen in other rebuttal where you say, Rilkoff makes this point. How do you feel about that point? Well, it's okay, but we're comfortable with this. You know what I mean?
I do. That's a very good point. My apologies.
That's okay. No, I just have to run through it. So I could represent to the commission, just assuming for the sake of argument, it was, a recommendation of approval, and that's just I have no idea where I am on the case, frankly, yet, on the merits. We have to wait till the whole record is in, but assuming that it was, went with the company's and staff's recommendations, that we could include that staff number 3 provision as a condition of approval, commission approval, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. So, but it looks like, let's look at your number 6 on page 15. It looks like that's in addition actually to what staff is proposing in terms of the environmental inspection.
Yes, that is.
Where did that come from? Discussions with, how did you come up with that provision? Is that,
that resulted from discussions with interveners.
Okay. Including staff or just interveners?
Including staff.
Okay. Condition 8 varies from staff condition 7. And again, it doesn't line up completely because initially you had omitted real cough condition 3, which we now understand that you would that the company would agree to. But this number 8 calls for reporting sales as part of monthly filing under either rate rider 1-4, which is the purchase gas adjustment clause, the PGAC, or rider 1-14, which is miscellaneous surcharges and credits. You being the company, propose here that it be done annually in an annual compliance filing. Do you find staff's condition number 7 too onerous? Is that why you would propose an annual compliance filing? Or do you find it unreasonable? Why propose an annual compliance filing as opposed to a monthly reporting pursuant to the PGAC or rider 1-14?
Primarily because we're contemplating that all of this information would be an annual compliance filing. From 7, it would be part of essentially the annual compliance report that we're committing to in number 7. In my rebuttal testimony number 7 on page 15.
But if it is in itself, in the event it becomes feasible to sell gas from the LNG storage facility. But if that does happen, wouldn't it be fair to have a monthly requirement?
We would be okay with that. Yes.
Okay. Number 9 on page 17 seems to track minimally, I should say, minimally staff real cough condition 8. Let's see. He has a lot more detail in his, and I don't want to go back and pull it up now, but I'm just wondering why. If you could, I know you're doing it for me. Thank you, because I can tell you're looking back and forth at both, right? You're looking at his, and looking at yours.
Yes, sir.
Yours is just 3 lines, and his is longer. Why the difference? Or are you just summarizing and agreeing to what?
Yes, mainly just simplifying and summarizing the way we think about that.
Okay. His number 9, however, then is a depreciation study prior to beneficial use. That was omitted from, you're silent on that. How do you feel about that proposal, that condition?
Yes, we're okay with that condition.
Okay. And then I have 2 additional, and then again, this is just, it's something that we've been talking about during the proceeding. The first is the final feed study submission. That's not going to happen until, as I understand it from your testimony yesterday, March 2024 at the earliest, and it may be put back even further. Is that right?
That's right.
When that study is completed, were you planning on filing it in the docket?
No, actually hadn't planned on that.
Would you be willing to?
Mr. Hearing Examiner, could we take that under consideration and get back to you on that?
Sure, I'll bring it up again. Yeah, but take that under consideration on the feed study submission. Is there some confidentiality? Is it,
Yes,
what's the issue there?
yes.
Okay, so I'm treading on sensitive territory apparently.
I think that that's part of the concern, and then also it's just I need some time to think about it.
Okay. And so that's fine. Let's set that aside for the time being. But and the final one is PHMSA is supposed to do a review 60 days or more before the facility is operational, correct?
That's correct.
Would you be willing to provide the results of that PHMSA study, however detailed it is, as a condition of approval?
Yes, we would. It is, but it wouldn't be, obviously wouldn't be available until that somewhere around that 60 days before it goes into service.
So just say filing within five days of submission by PHMSA, or reporting, within 5 days of your receipt, file it in whatever, docket we have, whether it's this one or whether it would be, again, hypothetically, this one, because we don't know what the ultimate recommendation is going to be yet.
Yes, we would be willing to file that.
Okay. And again, we don't know how detailed that PHMSA review is, or do you know?
I don't, but Mr. Barkley probably does.
Okay, I'll ask Mr. Barkley. Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Bullard, for going through those with me.
You're welcome.
Oh, now, this is another one I may have to ask Mr. Barkley, but and if this is better to ask him, that's fine. And looking at your rebuttal on page 33 to 34, you cite over, and this is why I think it's fair to ask you, is because you say there are over 100 LNG peak shaving facilities in use around the country. Well, what is that statement based on, your understanding? What information are you relying on to say over 100?
I don't remember what information. It might be from, I believe it's from Mr. Barkley.
Well, if hopefully Mr. Barkley's listening. If he's not, Mr. Dome certainly is. You already know where I'm going with this. He's nodding. Bench request. I want a list of every single LNG peak shaving facility in use in not just well, let's just say North America, Canada, United States. North America obviously includes Mexico. If Mexico has them too, if you have that data available. So all LNG peak shaving facilities in operation or proposed, to the extent you can get that information as well. Because Mr. Barkley, I believe, talks about proposed facilities, right? As
Yes.
well. So those planned, proposed, and those in operation in North America, that's bench request 3. And that'll include the Plymouth, whether for future reference, because I think it may come up, whether that includes the Plymouth, Washington facility, whether that is, because preview upcoming attractions, because we may have a dispute over that particular exhibit, but I'd be interested to find out if that facility is operating. after the explosion there as well. So that Williams facility.
Judge,
Yeah, now obviously, yeah, go ahead, Mr. Lee.
are you saying shaving, SHAVING?
Yeah, that
Thank-
peak, PEAPEAK space shaving, SA. Yeah, yes,
Thank you, Judge. Go
you're
ahead, please.
welcome.
Mr. Examiner, I know that we can compile that list for the United States and probably for Canada. I'm not sure about Mexico. I'll talk to Mr. Barkley about that, but yes.
I'd be fine with if you have it for Mexico as well,
Yes.
to the extent it's available but certainly because Canada did come up yesterday, a Canada facility if memory serves. So certainly please Canada and United States at a minimum. I'd be happy with that. But if you can add anything in Mexico as well, that would be helpful. I imagine well, anyway, we'll see. Why on page 34, you say the Keystone facility, the problem is that it's not an effective or efficient peaking storage facility. Why not?
Primarily because of its reliability and secondarily because of its location, not being on our system and in our control.
That's all I have for now, Mr. Bullard. I have Commissioner O'Connell. Commissioner O'Connell, do you have anything further before I go to redirect?
No, thank you.
Okay. And I don't know whether Commissioner Ellison, any further questions before we move to redirect?
No, thank you.
All right. Mr. Dome, redirect?
So now, Mr. Hearing Examiner, this would be where you would switch to the other view so that we don't have to.
That's
you can
fine.
hear
Go.
me and you can hear me and you can hear Mr. Bullard fine?
Yes, I can live with that. Yeah.
And so I know I have 10 minutes and I will not take all of that time, Mr. Hearing Examiner. I really only have a couple of questions, 3 maybe or 4 for Mr. Bullard. The first one is this, Mr. Bullard, you were asked questions about the force majeure provisions that are applicable to Keystone, and I know you talked about that a lot. What I'm wondering is, are you aware of whether or not the company, New Mexico Gas Company, attempted to or approached Kinder Morgan in an effort to try to renegotiate the terms of those force majeure provisions after I guess after 2021?
Yes, I am aware. The company, our legal team did approach Kinder Morgan, trying to renegotiate those force majeure provisions, and was not successful in doing so.
Thank you. Earlier yesterday, you were asked whether or not there were ever any instances that you could recall where you had nominated, or where New Mexico Gas Company had nominated gas from Keystone, but received nothing, received a 0. And at that time, you answered that you did not think that had ever occurred. Did you get a chance to reevaluate that answer over the evening, and do you want to update that testimony?
Yes, I did. I spoke to my gas supply team, and they pointed out that over the history, there have been 8 instances where we got 0 of what we nominated.
And Mr. Hearing Examiner, I will represent that those will be reflected in the request to bench request number, either 1 or 2. I can't remember which one it is, but in that request.
Thank you.
If you want. You were asked some questions, I think, yesterday about the hedging program, whether or not the company has ever attempted to or considered hedging its swing gas. And your answer was that you had looked into that, but that you had decided you couldn't do that for economic reasons or whatever. Let me ask you this, is, in your opinion, is a swing gas hedging program, even if it was available, is that a substitute for a storage facility?
It is not. We would still need storage with a swing gas hedging program. It provides no reliability, no actual gas, no physical gas, so we wouldn't still need storage.
And is that true whether the storage facility is remote, like Keystone is, or on system, like LNG would be?
It's true for either one. Absolutely, yes.
Mr. Examiner, that's all I have.
Okay. You may have a little further redirect because I forgot one question I had, so I'll let you follow up on this. But and it's in relation to bench request 3. Could you please make sure that you identify the owner and or operator of the facility, whether it is a utility like gas company, or whether it's a merchant plant, a merchant facility, that they're not owned by, whether it's owned by a FERC jurisdictional like Kinder Morgan, or Williams, or not a utility necessarily, but also a utility. Just please identify the owner and operator. And so that leads me back to page 24 of your rebuttal testimony, where on line 18 you say, after years of study, the company has concluded that the proposed LNG storage facility is the best only option available to the company to address the concerns the company had and the concerns expressed by the commission in its June 15 final order. I'm wondering, can you really assert that it's the only option if, as in relation to your response to Commissioner O'Connell, you didn't study whether a merchant plant not owned by the company might also be an option?
I would say that in the contents I'm referring to here, I would still have that same opinion, because of a merchant option doesn't give us control. It's still reliant on a third party.
Well, that's what contracts are for, though, to give you the requisite control, right? You negotiate those terms.
Right, in theory, yes.
Much like a PPA for an electric utility, they negotiate, so many different terms, a PPA being a purchase power agreement, or for most recently, we've been looking at a lot of solar PV and battery energy storage systems. And those purchase power agreements are extremely long and extremely detailed. I'm assuming you being gas company could negotiate an analogous agreement with the third party owner operator of, what I should have said was the same or comparable facility, the facility with the same sort of specs that you have, just owned by the merchant, right? That was built into my question. So
yes, I would agree with that.
So any further observations about that?
No, I would agree.
But so would you still stand on your statement there that that the proposed facility is the best only option available?
Well, with the, I guess it could be, if it looks and operates exactly the same, then yes, it's still, but if it's merchant owned and does the same, then it's, in my opinion, it's kind of the same. I guess.
Well, Mr. Dome was really polite because he didn't object to my question because I didn't say, let's assume it's in the same location. Right? You know, all other things being equal, it's owned by someone else, so it's not in rate base, right?
Right.
And I didn't put all those factors in there, but that's what I intended. I think you understood that's what I meant.
Yes.
But you didn't. Obviously, the company, Mr. Barclay, nobody evaluated that option, or Mr. Reed.
That's correct.
Okay. Any further redirect on that, Mr. Dome?
None, Mr. Exam.
Okay. Ms. Lynch, were you going to propose some recross
Yes, hearing examiner.
on what?
I wanted to follow up on some of the questions that Mr. Bullard was asked by Mr. Black. And then I also have a question about the growth as related to transportation. The growth rate that the company experiences goes to a question that a concept Mr. O'Connell raised.
As you know, I usually don't allow recross, but I am going to. Can you do it in 5 minutes? Because that's what the limitation is on recross in the pre-hearing order.
Yes, I'll try to whip through these. Mr. Bullard can help me.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay. Mr. Bullard, on page 17 of CCAE's Exhibit 5, at F, the company provides that it has experienced customer growth rates between 0.5% and 1%. Correct?
Could you?
Which
that
exhibit?
citation again, please?
Exhibit 5, page 17, answer F.
Thank you.
The company experiences growth rates of 0.5% and 1%. What percentage of the customer growth rate can you attribute to transportation only customers?
I don't know. That's the total customers, so it's embedded within that. That's number of customers added. So that's total, and so transportation would be embedded in that 0.5 to 1%.
So you don't know if your transportation customer growth rate increases at the same rate as the other customer growth rate?
No, I don't off the top of my head.
Okay, but you did state in reference to Mr. O'Connell's question that 50% of your customer base is transportation customers?
50% of the throughput, not 50% in terms of the number of customers.
Do you know the percentage of your customers who are transportation only?
I don't off the top of my head.
Okay. Now I'd like you to turn to page 9 of Exhibit 5, CCAE Interrogatory 1-4.
You do that again, please.
Exhibit 5, page 9, CCAE Interrogatory 1-4.
Yes.
there at the response provided in D, you state the New Mexico Gas Company does not know the approximate level of lost and unaccounted for gas from the Keystone storage facility, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Mr. Black asked you some questions about compressors used at that facility. Do you
Yes.
remember that?
Yes.
And you stated that the compressors would result in emissions, correct?
Yes.
Would the compressors result in loss of gas too?
Potentially. I don't know. I don't know the answer.
Okay. Do you know if those compressors burn gas
Yes, they do.
yes, they're run on gas.
They run on
Okay.
gas.
So for the LNG preheating gas that is used to pre-treat or warm up the gas to be prepared for storage in the LNG facility, do you know if the gas being used in that instance is generated by compressors?
It's gas that comes right off of our pipeline.
And are compressors used to facilitate the pre-treatment or the warm-up of the gas?
I do not believe so. No, not at this facility.
Okay. Do you know how much gas per unit is used for the pre-treatment of the gas going into the LNG facility?
I don't. Mr. Barkley can answer that, and I think he actually has a table in his rebuttal testimony.
Okay. And
that's 5 minutes.
okay, I'll follow up with other witnesses.
And
Thank
Ms.
you.
Beatles, thank you, Ms. Lynch. Ms. Beatles,
Yes, I had 5 minutes of recross to follow up on questions from the bench.
let's not redirect.
I thought it was permissible on questions from the bench. I could be mistaken. I wanted to follow up on a couple of statements the witness said about the FERC jurisdiction over Keystone and about the legal team who attempted to negotiate force majeure provisions.
Fair enough. Go ahead.
So, Mr. Bullard, you said something about how when the company was researching or looking into the extent that whether FERC had jurisdiction and the extent of that jurisdiction, you referred to a type of exemption that Keystone could potentially fall under. Do you recall that?
Yes, I do. That's a Henshaw exemption. I believe the facility has a Henshaw exemption.
Could you spell that, please?
HINSHAW.
Thank you. What do you know about that exemption?
That's typically an exemption that allows the facility to be regulated by the state instead of the federal government.
Thank you. And you referred to a company legal team that attempted to negotiate or renegotiate the force majeure provisions with Keystone, right?
That's correct.
When did that occur?
That occurred right after Winter Storm Uri.
So that occurred in 2021?
That's correct.
Was that the first and only effort you've made to renegotiate the force majeure provisions or the effect of them?
My understanding is there were several discussions over a time period in 21, but I believe that's, yeah, it's only during that time frame.
Okay, that's all. Thank you, Mr. Bullard, and thank you, Mr. Hearing Examiner.
Thank you, Ms. Beatles. Mr. Tomei,
No cross, no recross.
or redirect.
Reread, read whatever.
Okay, the last call goes back to, as it should, to our commissioners, just to see if there's just one last chance before I let Mr. Bullard go, subject to being recalled because he is such an essential witness. Mr. Commissioner O'Connell?
I appreciate the opportunity. I don't have any further questions, and I appreciate your testimony, Mr. Bullard.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Let's see. Commissioner Allison?
No, I do not. Thank you very
Okay.
much.
Thank you, Commissioner. Mr. Bullard, can't thank you enough for your testimony in this case. Obviously, you're subject to being recalled, but for now, you're excused. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Hearing Examiner.
All right, I know it's almost noon, but we did take that break. So I'd like to try and put Mr. Reed on for a half hour just to get rolling with another witness, to get started, if that's possible. If that's not feasible and we need to take the break, I'm open to just taking the lunch break now. Mr. Haverly or Mr. Domingue?
Mr. Medeiros, it's actually Mr. Haverly. We are going to go get Mr. Reed, and we will have him start his testimony.
Great, because we have a lot of cross-examination for us to read, about 3.5 hours. So I'd like to try and get started and then break around 12:30 for lunch.
Yes.
Thank you. While that's happening, let's take 5 minutes, okay? Because it'll take that long. Mr. Dodd?
Yes, Mr. Hearing Examiner. I wanted to raise the issue now about Ms. Subra's testimony this afternoon. Are we still planning to hopefully get her on this afternoon?
She's not available tomorrow, right?
That's correct.
Is she available? Is she available Thursday?
She is all day Thursday.
I don't think we're going to make it through tomorrow. I think we're going to be in hearing. So I think we need to just stay with the company's witness and then have Ms. Subra testify on Thursday, because I don't think it's feasible for us to cram in as many witnesses as we have into one day tomorrow. So fortunately, I was a little optimistic there. So Ms. Subra will testify on Thursday. Probably she'll be the first, I believe she'll be the first up in the order that we had.
Okay,
So,
great. Thank you very much. I just wanted to check and be able to.
No, that was a good point. But I think things changed with how much of the cross-examination was front-loaded with Mr. Bullard that we ended up in this situation. So I don't see Mr. Reed yet. So let's take 5.
Nope.
Okay, let's take 5 and get Mr. Reed on.
Thank you, Mr. Hearing Examiner. We'll be back in 5 minutes.
Okay. Mis- Mr. Mr. Haverly,
Yes, Mr. Hearing Examiner.
would you please call gas company's next witness, please?
I would, as Mr. Hearing Examiner, can I just bother you for just a couple minutes on a preliminary matter?
Yes, of course.
So in Mr. Reed's testimony, he does have a table that has the force majeures, and that have occurred at Keystone. That has been a request of yours for the bench request.
Yes,
We have not updated that table, and I was not going to plan to update that table in his testimony. I was just going to rely on the bench request. Is that acceptable to you?
it is to me, yes.
Excellent. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right. With that, New Mexico Gas Company calls John Reed as a witness.
Mr. Reed, would you raise your right hand, please? You solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in the matter now pending should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
I do.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Reed, would you please state your full name for the record?
My name is John J. Reed.
And Mr. Reed, who are you employed by and what is your position?
I'm the chairman of the board of Concentric Energy Advisors.
Mr. Reed, before you, you have a document marked as NMGC Exhibit Number 3. Do you recognize this document?
Yes, I do.
What is this document?
That is my prepared direct testimony and exhibits in the case.
Has that been amended with updated information?
Yes, it has.
Was this amended testimony prepared by you and at your direction?
Yes, it was.
Do you have any additional corrections or changes to this as amended testimony?
No.
If I asked you these same questions today, would you give me the same answers?
Yes, I would.
And would those answers be true and correct?
Yes, they would.
Mr. Reed, you also have in front of you what has been labeled as New Mexico Gas Company Exhibit Number 4. Do you recognize this document?
Yes, I do.
What is it?
That is my prepared rebuttal testimony in this case, dated November 13th, 2023.
Do you have, and has that been amended in any way up to this point?
Yes, it has.
And those amendments were included in the version that is in the Dropbox, is that correct?
Correct.
Do you have any additional corrections or changes to Exhibit Number 4?
Yes, I have one other correction that appears at page 30 of the testimony as numbered at the bottom of the page. And that correction is on line 14.
Could you please detail that correction?
Yes. The line there beginning, that step would actually result in a lower level. It should read higher level. So I'd like to strike lower and insert the word higher level of carbon emissions. And then I would like to add the word and inserted before would, so that that line reads, that step would actually result in a higher level of carbon emissions and would be entirely. That's the correction to that line.
Any additional changes or corrections?
No.
Mr. Reed, if I asked you the same questions today, would you provide the same answers for Exhibit Number 4 as amended and corrected?
Yes, I would.
And those would be true and correct?
They would.
Mr. Hearing Examiner, New Mexico Gas Company respectfully moves for the admission of exhibits NMGC Exhibit 3 and NMGC Exhibit 4.
Any objection? Hearing none, NMGC 3 and NMGC 4 as amended are admitted.
Thank you, Mr. Hearing Examiner. I have no further direct and tender the witness for further examination.
For cross-examination by the Attorney General, Mr. Elliott, you have 90 minutes with Mr. Reed, is that right?
That's correct.
Would you be able to do about 30 of it and then take lunch break? Is that
Happy to do
okay?
so. Yes, sir.
Thank you. Thank you. Go ahead.
Okay. Good afternoon, Mr. Reed.
Good afternoon.
My name is Gideon Elliott. I'm the attorney for the Attorney General in this case. Thank you for being here today.
Thank you. Glad to be here.
As a preliminary matter, I just wanted to ask you when Concentric started this assignment for the company, it's my understanding the gas company had already settled on its LNG facility proposal. So Concentric was essentially given the tank size, the liquefaction capacity, and vaporization capacity. Is that correct?
In general terms, yes. The company had reached a decision at that time on the size of the facility it was going to be applying for. There are many other aspects of the application that were still to be determined, but the three that you mentioned in terms of size and liquefaction and vaporization capability were established and haven't changed.
Okay. So I'm looking at page 57 of your direct. And this is table 2. It is a summary of non-LNG supply options. Do you have that?
I do.
Okay. So as the table is labeled, it's a summary. This is where you compare the LNG facility to non-LNG alternatives, and it lists out 10 non-LNG options that were identified in previous studies. And then you narrow it down to 2 alternatives for the financial analysis. That's how I understand it, right?
Not entirely. Of this list, we narrowed it down to 2. That's correct.
Right.
But then, of course, we also considered the applied for facilities and Keystone.
Right. So the 2 that you narrowed it down to is the developing a local gas storage field and 2 a propane air facilities. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. But the first option that's listed on table 2 that was excluded was adding West Texas, adding storage in West Texas.
Specifically expanding Keystone storage. That's correct.
Okay. On page 61 of your direct at, I believe it's at line 10, you explain why the alternative was excluded. And you say, I believe you say, I was not aware of any new West Texas storage projects either under development or any feasibility studies conducted by third-party developers, which effectively renders this moot. And my question is this, was your understanding that there was no West Texas storage facilities or other than Keystone that were currently available or in the pipeline? Was that based on information that was provided by the company, the gas company, or was that based on Concentric's own research?
It was our research, and specifically we were looking, as we spoke in the testimony, at high deliverability salt dome storage operations that were connected to the 2 main pipelines serving New Mexico gas.
So you were looking for that storage option?
We were looking for alternatives to Keystone that met those criteria.
Okay. Well, if you had been aware of West Texas storage projects in development, would you have considered them?
Well, that's a fact-specific question. I'd want to be certain that the alternatives had a greater level of reliability than Keystone, and that they also provided a pathway to New Mexico Gas Company that provided sufficient reliability.
Would that be difficult to know if they were in the development or pipeline phase of development?
It's difficult to know. One can look at open season materials and the terms and conditions, for example, on force majeure conditions that are offered. That's indicative of whether there would be a higher level of at least contractual responsibility, even if that doesn't translate into higher reliability.
So if there, I'm sorry, can you just say that part about the force majeure measures? Because if it wasn't in operation yet, there wouldn't be force majeures yet, right?
There wouldn't be force majeure events, but the definition of force majeure is contained in the form of service agreement that is circulated when you have an open season. That is when you're soliciting interest in the project. So one can examine the applicability of force majeure and the definition of force majeure in those open season materials.
Okay, I understand. Thank you. Let's turn back to page 52 of your direct. And this is where you say that Keystone Storage was not evaluated as a potential solution, but that Concentric projected the cost of a Keystone Storage status quo as a point of comparison. And for the Keystone Storage status quo, you assume that the gas company exercises the option in its current agreement to extend the existing storage service through August of 2027. Is that right?
We considered that it would be extended that far and then also extended for 1 year post commercial operation date of the LNG facility.
Okay. And that contract, the quantities remain unchanged for that additional year, is that right?
That's what we assumed, yes. Actually, let me correct myself. When you said that additional year, which year did you mean?
Well, I guess thereafter, I mean, after the August of 27.
So once the LNG facility went into operation, we assumed that the contract quantity for Keystone would be cut in half and it would continue for 1 year.
Okay. But the extension through 27, the quantities remain the same?
Correct.
Okay. And do you know if anything that would prevent the company from approaching Kinder Morgan to negotiate a new agreement for Keystone Storage with different storage capacity or daily withdrawal injection quantities that would start after September of 25?
Only that it requires obviously a willing buyer, willing seller. If you're talking about increasing the quantities, I'm not sure there are additional firm quantities available from Keystone. But if you're talking about reducing the quantities, then again, that could be undertaken through negotiation, but without any assurance of success.
So if the gas company does exercise the 2-year extension option, won't the gas company be able to negotiate a new Keystone Storage service with different capacity, daily withdrawals, injections that could start in 2027?
It could change the level of capacity, and that would change the level of injection and withdrawal. They're all a function of each other. Injection and withdrawal are a function of the inventory level you contract for.
Okay. Let's turn back to the annual revenue requirement. That's I believe it was stated as 3.3% or 0.6% that would result from the LNG facility. And I believe that calculation is contained in your direct testimony in table 4, page 70. But it was later modified in the errata, right?
Yes, I have the amended version of table 4 in front of me.
Okay. Oh, hold on one moment. touch something on my screen and everything disappears. And now I see it again. So table 4, and then there was a second errata, but the numbers didn't change in that one. Is that correct?
I can't speak to that. What I have is what I understand to be the amended form of table 4, which is, I believe, the latest version.
Okay.
And this is that's in Dropbox.
Okay, thank you. So on table 4, there's a net present value basis over 30 years, and the LNG facility is about 100.4 million more costly than continuing with the Keystone agreement, or the Keystone arrangement rather, given the assumptions in your analysis. Is that right?
That's correct. That's the 30-year increase in the net present value.
And one of the assumptions is that Keystone storage costs will increase 6.2% each year over that 30-year period. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. On page 67 of your direct,
I'm sorry, what was the figure you just gave me? Was it 6.7 or
6.2?
6.2, correct.
Yes, sir. And then I referred to page 67.
Thank you.
So at page 67, line 14, you state that historically Keystone Storage has increased its annual reservation charge by 6.2%, which is the escalation cost you've assumed for the future. And you cite to Mr. Bullard's testimony, his direct testimony at page 18. And there, Mr. Bullard said, since 2018, the cost of storage at Keystone has increased 6.2%. And that's the basis of that assumption. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. If we flip back to page 10 of your direct testimony, at line 13, you report that the company paid a monthly demand charge of $450,000 per month for Keystone from 2013 in the 2013-2014 contract year. And then at the following page on page 11, the top first line, you say the company's going to start paying it's going to be paying $621,000 a month starting September 23 through 25 contract year. And my question is, why did you use Mr. Bullard's 6.2% escalation rate instead of calculating the rate using the historical growth rates for the actual monthly reservation costs that are reflected here in your testimony?
We wanted to focus on the increase for a given quantity. So the quantities from 2018 forward were the same quantity. Therefore, the demand charge for that period, which was the most recent period as well, represented what we thought was an appropriate demand charge to extend into the future, or demand charge growth rate to extend into the future.
Okay. Subject to check, though, you'd agree that the reservation charge from 2013 to 25 is approximately 3%.
In terms of the growth rate?
Yes, sir.
Subject to check. Again, I would expect that given the increasing level of demand for salt dome storage in Texas.
If we go back to table 4, the $100.4 million cost differential, that does not include revenues that the company may receive in the future from subleasing a portion of the storage, does it?
It does not include revenues for, as in revenue offset, that is, associated with a sublease for Keystone going forward. It also doesn't include gas cost savings. So those are the two elements that we've mentioned we did not include here. This is straight revenue requirement.
Okay. Are you aware that the sublease was recently extended for another year?
I am.
Okay. Do you know the amount of annual revenue that is currently being provided under this sublease?
I do.
I will refer to, this is what's been marked as NMAG Exhibit 12. It is the response of the company to AG 3-4.
I have that.
Okay, this was actually sponsored by Mr. Bullard, but the question was, we asked the company to provide Keystone storage sublease quantities and revenue from 2020 through 2024. Is this familiar to you?
Yes, generally.
And am I correct? The company has subleased a portion through 24 at a rate of about $3.8 million.
Are you summing the total
I
from
am,
August 20th
yes, I am.
through July 24? You're saying that the sum of the total column is approximately 3.8 million?
I believe so. I believe so.
No,
Subject.
correct.
Is it more?
I think you mean to sum the number for the last 12 months, and that's
Okay.
7 million.
I'm sorry, the number?
I didn't hear the question.
I didn't hear the number you said.
It's Mr. Elliott's number, but I believe he asked about 3.7 million. Is that correct?
I had said 3.8
Okay.
million.
And that would appear to be the sum of the last 12 months.
Okay. 12 months. Yes. Thank you. So if we go to page 15 of your rebuttal testimony, and specifically I'm looking at line 12. You explain why you excluded the subleasing revenue from your analysis, and you state that you assumed the company would be unable to obtain any revenue from subleasing Keystone starting in 2027 because there's no guarantee that current sublessors will remain interested, and the value will depend on short-term market dynamics. And the question that I have here is, if you would please explain why the same market dynamics that you assumed will cause the primary market of Keystone to increase over the next 30 years wouldn't also affect the value of the Keystone storage in the secondary.
Good question and an important point. So thank you for letting me answer that. Because they're a fundamentally different product. What the company is buying is high deliverability and intentionally, and hopefully at least, high reliability storage, where again, you can cycle through many times and you can have a high ratio of your withdrawal capability to your storage inventory. That's the type of product that is in great demand right now in Texas, largely as a result of much of the Permian gas now flowing east into the LNG market. But that type of storage, high deliverability, high reliability, with sufficient capacity to park gas from Permian, because that is in fact the most attractive basin economically. What the company offers in a sublease is a very different product. It's an interruptible product where a third party will sublease the capacity and can use it, but only from time to time when the company does not want to use it. So it's recallable at any time by the company, the withdrawal capability. So it's a very much an inferior product that doesn't provide the level of reliability and the assurance of a high deliverability out of storage that the market wants. So you have a very different product being offered in a subordinated manner. And that's why you have a very different price trajectory and level of market interest for the primary product here and the subordinated secondary product.
So at line 17 of page 15, this is where you state that the company has only entered into these short-term lease agreements, or that the fact that it has only entered into short-term lease agreements is an indication of the lower level of commitment the sublessor places on the value of the sublet storage. But isn't it possible that the gas company's use of short-term storage or use of short-term transactions is also an indication that the company is acting prudently by retaining the ability to increase or reduce the amount of capacity that it chooses to release, to release? That's a hyphen, Mr. Lee, based on its own needs.
Oh, well, I think there's two different issues there. One is the contractual duration of the sublease, which has been 1 to 2 years. The second is within that contract term, the right to recall the withdrawal capability whenever the company wants it. I would agree that the company is taking a prudent approach to the sublease. And obviously it's found the market, at least over the last 5 years, not before that, but over the last 5 years, has had an interest in that subordinated product.
Thank you. If we could turn to the exhibit JJR-2, which is titled Financial Summary of Viable Storage Options. And this was included in the errata.
Oh, I'm sorry. You're talking about exhibit 2 in the direct testimony?
Well, it's in the errata. It's in, I believe it's in the first errata. It is exhibit JJR-2.
Yes, I have that. Thank you.
Okay.
And can I just ask a question? In the upper left-hand corner of that document, does it say NMGC exhibit number 3?
The one I'm looking at has nothing in the upper left-hand corner.
Okay, so I think we have the same document. I have the amended version of exhibit JGR-2, page 1 of 1.
That's what I'm looking at. It says in the upper left, and I can show you my screen if you want.
No, I think we're in the same place.
Okay. On line 34, that shows this is the variance to status quo. And line 34, it says that year 2, it says that it's the LNG facility will be 24.4 million more expensive. Am I reading that correctly?
For that individual year, that is correct.
Okay. And year 15, it's still more expensive. And that's assuming a 6.2% annual increase in Keystone and no subleasing. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. But if the annual storage contract increased less than 6.2%, or if the company continued to sublease a portion, then that differential would be even greater than the 100.4 million that's shown in this exhibit. Is that correct?
It would be greater, and we did look at that just to test the assumptions. In my view, it still indicates a very reasonable option for the company, even if one does, for example, assume sublease revenues. But yes, the number would increase if you changed the economics of Keystone and incorporated continuing sublease revenues for whether it's 5 years or 30 years.
Okay. So if we go back to the errata again, and I just briefly wanted to discuss the calculation shown in table 4. In calculating the 0.6% impact, the company divided the net present value of the revenue requirement by the forecasted 2026 total revenues. Is that correct?
Yes.
Why didn't you estimate the ongoing revenues for each year and discount the revenues back as well? In other words, why did you only net present value the numerator of the calculation?
The question that we're addressing was how much does the $100.4 million of net present value over 30 years translate into an annual impact? So we're not trying to measure the impact over perhaps a greater number of years. We're trying to say, what is that, to put it in terms that a customer or the average individual might understand, what does that translate into in terms of a increase in the revenue requirement? So based on today's revenue requirement and today's understanding of the cost coming out of the choice for Keystone, that's the calculation.
Are you familiar with case 20-00158? This was a rulemaking relating to renewable energy for electric utilities.
No.
Okay. So you wouldn't be familiar with the formula that was approved in that docket for determining the levelized cost of energy, correct?
And that's correct, not in terms of the rule approved in that docket.
Are you aware of the formula used by the Department of Energy to calculate levelized cost of energy?
Yes.
And so the DOE utilizes a net present value for both the numerator and denominator in that calculation. Is that right?
I'd have to go back and check. I mean, it's a different purpose. They're calculating levelized cost of energy as a means of comparing production cost across generation technologies, typically. But I'd have to go back and check to see whether they were reflecting a net present value of revenue requirements in the denominator. But again, they're answering a different question. We're trying to answer the question of how does this translate into what a customer would understand today to be the impact?
Understood. Thank you. Am I correct in shifting gears a little bit?
Would it be a good point before we shift the gears, do that after lunch? Would that be okay?
Absolutely. This is a perfect
Thank you.
point.
Thank you. All right, we're going to be in recess for 1 hour until 1:40 p.m. Have a good lunch all. And thank you again, Mr. Elliott. Right. Good afternoon. Hope everybody had a pleasant lunch. We're back at around 1:40, 2 p.m. to resume cross-examination of Mr. Reed by the Attorney General. Mr. Elliott, are you prepared to continue?
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Please do.
Mr. Reed, we are beginning a new topic, and you're aware that the company has a pending rate case?
In general terms, yes.
Okay. Am I correct that the revenue requirement you developed for the LNG facility is based on a ROE of 9.375?
That's correct.
And a total return of 6.44%?
I can accept that subject to check. I remember the 9375.
Okay. Are you aware the company is seeking a return on equity of 10.5% in its current rate case?
In general terms, yes.
If the commission authorizes a return that's higher than the 6.44% included in your analysis, this would increase the revenue requirement for the facility, correct?
All other things being equal, yes.
And that would also increase the differential between the revenue requirement and of the facility and the revenue requirement of Keystone. Is that correct?
Again, that's correct. All other things being held equal.
Do you know if the company's embedded cost of debt has increased since its last rate case?
No, I don't.
Well, but regardless of whatever cost of equity is authorized, shareholders will have an opportunity to earn a healthy return on this facility, right?
I think you just said, regardless of what return is authorized, it will be healthy. I think that might be an overstatement.
Okay. If we could turn to JR work paper 1. This is page 56, errata attachment, page 56 of 120.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear the end of that. So which page are we on?
It is, it's in the errata. It is labeled errata work papers JJR-WP-1, 11 of 70. It's errata attachment 56 of 120.
But the page number in the lower right is page 11.
Mr. Elliott, you said so it's work paper
Yes, 11.
JRWP1?
Yes.
Okay.
It's in the lower right-hand corner. It is 11 of 70, page 11 of 70, errata attachments, page 56 of 120.
Is it, just so that we can all be on the same page, Mr. Elliott, is that option number 3, new underground storage at the very top?
It says at the very top, New Mexico Gas Company cost of service based revenue requirements.
Okay,
So I think that's 12 of 71 and that is in New Mexico MGC exhibit number 3 as amended. So I think we're on the same page. I think it's 12 of 71 for us.
Okay. Am I correct, Mr. Reed, that on a net present value basis, the return and I'm looking at line 15. The return for shareholders associated with the plant over the next 30 years is $84.5 million.
Give me just a moment. That appears to be correct.
Okay. And do you know on a nominal basis what this amounts to?
No.
No. If I summed up all the 2027 through 2056 that's listed on line 15, I sum that up to 157 million. Subject to check, would that equate to the nominal basis, not adjusting for inflation, etc.?
I don't think you mean not adjusting for inflation. You're suggesting that's the nominal value, not adjusted for discounting under a net present value formula. Is that correct?
Well, on a nominal basis, and then yes.
Yes, if you're adding all of the values on line 15 out to 2056, that would be the nominal undiscounted return.
Okay. And equity returns, those are grossed up for income taxes in the revenue requirement calculation. Is that correct?
That's correct. You receive an allowance for return on equity plus the associated income taxes.
So that means that the amount actually paid by ratepayers includes not only the shareholder return, but also taxes on that return. Is that correct?
Correct. And interest expense and operating expenses and many other things that are associated with having plant.
Do shareholders earn any profit on storage costs?
Kinder Morgan shareholders do, which have put up the capital to own the facility, if we're talking about Keystone storage. The New Mexico Gas Company investors or equity holders do not earn a return in addition because they're not committing capital.
What about from the subleasing?
Continue.
Well, I assume there's revenue generated from the subleasing. So is there a share of that revenue that goes to shareholders?
Yes, my understanding is there is.
Have you included that revenue in your analysis?
In the analysis that was filed, as we went over before, we did not include sublease revenues.
Okay.
So there is no share of sublease revenues being retained by the company because there's no sublease revenues to begin with.
Well, they're in the analysis.
That's
but
correct.
there is okay. So if we can turn to page 4 of your rebuttal. And here at line 10, you state that the LNG facility provides a net benefit to customers. And by net benefit, I understand you to mean that the benefits to customers outweigh the cost of the LNG facility. Is that right?
As compared to the Keystone alternative, that is correct.
So I understand how you got to the how you quantified the project costs, but how did you quantify the project benefits?
We examined 2 alternatives, or actually 4 alternatives, in terms of providing a sufficient level of reliability and operational flexibility. As you know, we examined Keystone plus LNG plus third-party storage plus propane air. So
Propane added?
propane-air, AIR.
Thank you.
And our conclusion is that the premium that's associated with the LNG project as compared to the status quo of Keystone is relatively small, yet provides for a much higher degree of reliability, operational flexibility, and resilience. So that's the basis of our conclusion that it provides net benefits.
And that's a ratio relative to the cost.
We didn't express it as a ratio. We expressed it as a present value differential compared to Keystone, and then qualitatively considered the incremental benefits associated with higher reliability, operational flexibility, and resilience.
Well, how much, perhaps if I asked it this way, how much would it have to cost before it you could conclude it wouldn't be a net benefit for ratepayers?
That's a good question, and one that really goes to how do you value reliability, security of supply, operational flexibility, and resilience. Based upon my review of what type of value one puts on those attributes, I don't think this is even a close call. Could you have a point at which that 100 million differential becomes 200 million or 400 million, and you say it's not worth it at that point, instead of being a 0.6% impact on customer bills, it would be 4%. Yes, there is a point out there at which you would say, realistically, the incremental benefits of reliability and security of supply aren't worth that premium. But in my view, at 0.6% average impact to customer bills, we're not even close.
If I'm not mistaken, and I'm just gonna deviate here for a second, but in the electrical, in evaluating electric plants, there's the loss of load factor that's calculated. Are you familiar with that?
Yes, I think you're talking about a loss of load probability.
Yes, yes.
Electric resource planning.
Is there a comparable metric for gas plants?
No.
Okay.
You can look at the cost of losing a customer and relighting a customer. But as I said in my testimony, while we might be able to say that the cost of having to go in and relight a customer is $3,000 or $2,000 per customer, that doesn't begin to measure the lost value to that customer of having damage to their home, of having to leave their home for multiple days, and having the insecurity of not knowing if they have heat. So one can put a cost on it in terms of the cost of losing a customer, but that doesn't mean that's the lost value to the customer.
So on page 6 of your rebuttal, at lines 15 to 16, you say there's a level of reliability all customers have a right to expect from the company. But how do you quantify, or what can you put a percentage on in terms of the level of reliability customers have a right to expect?
Did you ask if I can put a percentage on that? Is that the question?
Yes.
I can tell you what the industry norm is. And I would say customers, if they form an expectation, it's probably around those industry norms. An industry norm is that you would have a likelihood of loss of service on a gas distribution system about once every 80 years. So that's one measure, I suppose, of the formation of expectations. But again, as I said there on lines 12 to 14 of page 6, where you turned us to, I don't want to suggest that that measure of loss of load probability or loss of system probability on the gas system or the cost to relight those customers is a measure of value to them. I think the measure of value to the customer is actually much higher.
Thank you. If we could move forward to page 9 of your rebuttal. And at line 8, let me make sure I'm citing to the correct. Oh, I have both of your testimonies up at the same time. So on page 9, line 8 of your testimony, you again refer to the $3.3 million, which is the average over 30 years of the net present value. And as shown in the errata exhibit JJR2 on page 1, which we discussed earlier, the LNG facility is $24.4 million more expensive in year 2 than the Keystone storage. Correct?
Yes, for that 1 year.
Okay. Do you think it's important for customers to be informed of the actual dollar increase that's caused by the LNG facility?
Yes, I think that in fact that's been presented in the evidence here. Mr. Yardley's evidence actually shows the very specific bill impact initially year 2, and then the analysis of the crossover effect, the point at which LNG becomes less expensive than Keystone, is also presented in Mr. Rosenkranz's testimony and is repeated in my rebuttal. So yes, I think that, again, the more information, the better here, and happy to have customers or the hearing examiner and the commissioners look at all of the numbers presented.
Well, I think there's an impression, and if you'll accept this as the premise, that customers may be under the impression that the impact in year 2 is again 3.3 million. And just in general, do you think that customers would have a different opinion of the project if they thought it was 24.4 million as opposed to 3.3 million?
As I said, I think all of the evidence should be considered. Anytime you put new plant into service in a cost-based regulated environment, you have a higher front end on those costs, and through depreciation, those costs decline over time. So when comparing alternatives, which, excuse me, is what we're doing between Keystone and LNG, we wanted to look at the entirety of the value streams over 30 years. But if you're asking, should customers also know that the impact in year 1 is higher than that average across 30 years? Yes. And that's a function of the way rates are established on a public utility system. At the same time, the other side of that is they will be lower in the longer term.
On page 26 of your rebuttal, and I'm looking at lines 13 through 15, you state Keystone's greater storage capacity and higher daily injection capacity relative to the LNG facility it's only an advantage if, quote, the injected gas can reliably be withdrawn from storage and delivered to NMGC, which has not been the case for Keystone in recent years. And we discussed with Mr. Bullard this morning some of the issues, but how do you understand the term recent years, or how do you define it?
We've looked at the last 10 years of operation of the facility. Certainly the analysis over that period of time has indicated there's a very dramatic decline in reliability. I should probably have said in that line that you were just reading from that it's not just reliably be withdrawn, but now we know there's a real concern with reliability of being able to be injected as well. Both are important. But what we see, and it's presented in the table of force majeure events that's in my direct, that the frequency and duration of the force majeure events, the inability to inject or withdraw, has increased. So while I've looked at 10 years, my greater concern is over how much it's deteriorated in the last 4.
4 years being, would you use that as recent years?
Yes.
Okay. Were you able to listen to Mr. Bullard's, any of my cross-examination with Mr. Bullard yesterday?
Yes, I was.
I asked Mr. Bullard if he was able to, or if he knew how much total gas that had been nominated by the company Keystone had failed to provide in recent years. Do you have a sense of that? I know that it's a subject of a bench request, but perhaps you might be able to provide additional insight.
Partially, yes. We examined, of course, the issue of Winter Storm Uri and how much was not delivered that had been nominated in that period of time, that period of 6 days, basically. And we included that in our analysis of the impacts of having the LNG facility and what it would have been able to save customers in terms of that event. In there, as you heard from Mr. Bullard, I think it was actually today, the 14 million or the 13.6 million, whatever the current number is a relatively easy measure of what you could have achieved in savings by simply replacing the cuts that occurred from Keystone. So that's a measure of what happened during that one winter storm event. We actually have a data request that showed nominations and receipts. I think it was back for several years. And I've looked at that. I've also looked at injections as well into Keystone during that period of time and what the pattern was and what was requested. So I looked at it. It's very difficult to summarize in terms of a specific number. I think it may be safe to say that if you look at the last 10 years, that probably 90%, 99% even of what they've nominated has been received. The problem is the times when it's unavailable is the times when you need it most. And therein lies the issue with regard to the force majeure events occurring during peak demand periods typically.
I'm sure another party may ask this, and I could leave it to them, but I'm curious. Were you able to hear some of the cross-examination by Ms. Beatles of WRA with Mr. Bullard?
Yes, I was.
And she asked several questions related to the language, and I believe Commissioner Ellison may have followed up on this. The language of Keystone's contract with respect to force majeures, and whether it is, whether it's consistent with FERC's definition of force majeure. Do you have an opinion on that?
I do, and maybe a little bit of background would be helpful. Force majeure is a contractual provision, and the contracts under the FERC system of regulation are under what's called the approved form of service agreement. So a pipeline or a storage operator will have a tariff, and in that tariff will be the form of service agreement. That's the standard form used for all parties contracting for service on that regulated pipeline or storage facility. That form of service agreement has in it force majeure language. Because it's in the tariff, that language will be approved by FERC to the extent that the facility is FERC jurisdictional. Different pipelines, different storage fields all have different language in their form of service agreements, yet those contracts are approved by FERC. So even though the language will differ, sometimes considerably from pipeline to pipeline or storage operator to storage operator, once they're submitted to FERC, filed and approved by FERC, that's the language that's operative in the standard form of service agreement, and then that becomes executory when the contracts are entered into by both parties. Here, as I understand it, there's a Henshaw exemption for Keystone, which means that while it makes nominal filings to FERC, it also is essentially regulated under the Texas Railroad Commission, which regulates transmission and storage in Texas, if in fact it's correct that they are operating under a Henshaw exemption. So while we talk about FERC having a definition of force majeure, you will find that in orders that FERC has issued, when they come to interpreting language in contracts, for example, I'm litigating right now a force majeure case at FERC on behalf of an electric transmission developer who developed a transmission project. COVID hit. COVID was an event of force majeure. And the question is, how do you interpret that event under the contract that the transmission developer had? So you do see FERC having explanations of its approach to force majeure in litigated cases. But more importantly, the language that's approved in each pipeline and storage operator's tariff becomes the authorized language because it's approved either by the Railroad Commission or the FERC. So as a matter of background, that's how I think the operative language is established in each bilateral contract. And again, not offering a legal opinion here, but having done dozens and dozens of these filings for pipelines, that's how the actual language of force majeure is implemented and then interpreted.
It is a topic that I trust my colleagues will probe further. In my time, I will, if there is time, I will maybe come back to it. But thank you for that answer. On page 4 of your rebuttal, you state, and this is at lines 3 to 5, and I had to read it a couple of times. It cannot be said, nor is it required to be said, that without the proposed LNG facility, the company cannot provide reliable and affordable service. Do you believe that the LNG facility is necessary in order for the company to be able to provide reliable and affordable service?
The way I define necessary, no. There are alternatives. We've looked at the alternatives, such as propane air. We've looked at the alternative of third-party storage. We've looked at Keystone, of course. There are other ways of continuing to provide reliable, affordable service. Some are better than others. Some are more costly than others. I think it's too much to say that if the LNG application is denied, that the company won't continue to be able to provide reliable service. It will find a way to do so. It's just that it has consequences.
My last lines of question here are similar to the last ones I had for Mr. Bullard, and they're more about the state's policies. And on page 32 of your rebuttal, at line 17, You're responding to the Attorney General's witness, Ms. DeLeon. And at line 17, you say, it is not at all clear how renewable energy standards that apply to the electric utilities in New Mexico would have any impact on the level of demand for the company. And you go on to say at line 19, following on to the next page, that the state's renewable energy standards for electric utilities will certainly not have any impact on the need for or usefulness of the proposed LNG facility. And my question is, given the Energy Transition Act, there's a presumption that there will be a reduction in the number of gas-fired electricity generating stations in the state. And presumably that will have an impact on total demand for gas. Is that correct? Is that a correct assumption?
I hear two different questions there. One is that assumption built into the energy transition policies of the state? And then the second question is that a realistic forecast of demand? I can't speak to what's incorporated into the state's expectations with regard to either fewer gas-fired generators or the overall level of gas demand in the state. I will note that, and you'll see this in the response to the bench request, that the EIA forecast, not just for the United States, but for the Southern Rocky Mountain region, is actually that gas consumption in the region will be higher in 2050 than it is today. So I think that's an important element of consideration here, that the federal government, the Department of Energy, the Energy Information Administration, who's in charge of forecasting for the Department of Energy, actually has a view that in aggregate, gas consumption in this region will go up. I realize that there's a lot of assumptions in that, and there's a range of uncertainty about that, but two things are for sure, which is that the company has an obligation to serve the load that's placed upon it, the customer demands that are placed upon it. And number two, it must plan to meet those requests for service and those loads as best it can in a reliable, cost-effective, and environmentally acceptable manner. So again, I understand the expectations, I understand the aspirations, I understand the plans and policies and objectives of the state. I read them very carefully. But I don't think that means you can interpret those objectives as saying that there won't be a need today, the near future, and even in the longer term for the LNG facility to provide reliable service in a cost-effective manner.
As a follow-on to that, have you conducted an analysis that, or reviewed any external analyses that look at the impact on natural gas infrastructure if there is a reduction in demand?
Yes, I do that work literally every week of my career. That's one of the most important topics that the firm and myself are working on across North America. So it's something we look at frequently. I haven't conducted that type of energy transition study for New Mexico Gas Company. It has its own planning, long-term supply and demand plans, which of course are presented to the commission as we just saw. I've looked at those. I understand their assumptions. But no, I haven't conducted my own analysis of the impacts that the energy transition may have. I can tell you that, again, the obligation to serve is paramount there. And I understand that, for example, there are recommendations in the state that would suggest that customers should not have a continued right to choose natural gas for end uses. That's not the policy today. And I think this facility has to be planned and proposed in a manner that's consistent with the law and the policies that do exist today.
Is it conceivable in a reduced demand environment that storage and peaking resources that could become available in the future are become more attractive options?
I want to make sure I heard that question correctly. Could you restate it?
Well, in a lower demand, if we were to have a lower demand future for natural gas as more of the electric generation transfers to renewables, do alternative resources other than an LNG facility, such as storage or peaking plants, do those become viable in the broader context?
I mean, I would urge the company to continue to evaluate every alternative available to it as things change. But if you're suggesting that if in fact gas demand goes down, or if peak demand goes down, that there may be somehow a fire sale on for high deliverability storage operations, I certainly don't expect that. I don't, as I said in my testimony, I don't think there's any likely scenario in which the cost associated with the LNG project could be stranded. Even if demand were to go down in New Mexico, if we were to have an outcome 20 years from now that's different than that projected by EIA, I'm confident that there would be demand for this type of a peak shaving facility and its ability to inject gas into the system, even downstream along the pipeline routes of El Paso and Transwestern. You'll see a comment in my testimony about the storage expansion that the California PUC just authorized for Southern California Gas Company. There's probably no state that's more aggressive in decarbonization than California, yet they just authorized an expansion of storage, again, some of it high deliverability storage, for customers of Southern California Gas Company. That expansion alone, I think, is 30 times the size of this proposed LNG facility. That's at the Aliso Canyon storage field in California.
Which is also significant because of the leak there, correct?
Yes, because of the past leaking
History.
injection well, right. Notwithstanding the very unfortunate event that occurred there, the commission has said, we need this facility, and in fact, we need this facility to be expanded. And again, it's being done so under a very, very safe operating regime now that's been established at the field. But my point is that the need for storage, the need for high deliverability alternatives to actually having to put in pipe or put in other facilities that would only be used a small portion of the time is very, very large. And even with a reduction in annual throughput, there are many views that the effect on peak demand will be far less than the effect on annual demand. So I'm confident that this facility is warranted and that's not going to result in stranded cost or unutilized plant. There's many different outcomes out there with regard to the transition, but realistically, again, based upon current policies and current law, this is what I think is the best solution to meet the needs of the company.
Mr. Reed, thank you very much for your time and for your answers. I have no further questions for you.
Thank you, sir. My pleasure.
Same here.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Elliott. Mr. Dodd or Ms. Nanazi is up next for New Energy Economy. Mr. Dodd, we have you down for 35 minutes with Mr. Reed. Are you ready to proceed?
I am ready to proceed.
Please go ahead.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Reed. How are you?
I'm good, Mr. Dodd. Thank you.
So first of all, I'd like you to pull up New Energy Economy Exhibit 6, if you could.
Yes, I have that.
And this is the gas company's responses to New Energy Economy's third set of interrogatories and requests for production, correct?
Correct.
And you reviewed the responses to these interrogatories and requests for production?
Yes, I reviewed all of them, some of which I prepared.
And these ones, you swore to the veracity of these responses, correct?
Correct.
And to the best of your knowledge and belief, the responses and materials contained within New Energy Economy Exhibit 6 are true and correct.
Yes.
Thank you. And now I'd like you to turn to New Energy Economy Exhibit 8.
I have that.
These are the gas company's responses to New Energy Economy's 5th set of interrogatories and requests for production, correct?
Yes.
And you reviewed the responses to these interrogatories and requests for production, right?
I did.
And in fact, you swore to the veracity of the responses that you helped prepared, which were to interrogatories 5-1, 5-2, and 5-5, correct?
Yes, I had partial responsibility for some of those, but yes, I reviewed all of them.
And to the best of your knowledge and belief, the responses and materials contained within New Energy Economy Exhibit 8 are true and correct, right?
That's correct.
All right, thank you very much. You can go ahead and set those aside. All right, so first I want to talk a little bit about your background and experience, okay?
Certainly.
You have 45 years of experience as a financial and economic consultant in the energy industry.
Yeah, a little more now, but yes.
And you have provided advisory services in the areas of purchases, project finance, energy market analysis, and energy contract negotiations, right?
That's true.
You were the chief economist at the Southern California Gas Company.
When I left there, yes.
And in fact, you have personally managed or participated in the negotiation, drafting, and regulatory support of hundreds of energy contracts, pipeline and storage contracts, and facility leases, right?
True.
And your work on those contracts has resulted in hundreds of millions of dollars of savings through contract renegotiation.
Yes, that's also correct.
All right, now I want to talk about the New Mexico Gas Company's contracts, okay?
Okay.
You have not reviewed New Mexico Gas Company's gas procurement contracts, correct?
Generally, that's correct. I've reviewed the standard form of contract they used, but I did not go and review each individual gas contract.
And you did not analyze those contracts to determine whether they are favorable to ratepayers or if they could be improved?
That's correct. That wasn't part of my assignment. As I understand it, the company goes through the defense of those contracts and the costs in their gas cost adjustment filings and in other proceedings. So that was not part of my assignment here.
And you did not analyze those contracts to determine whether they offer protections against default, correct?
Not the individual contracts, only the standard contract.
You also did not conduct an examination of the gas company's contracts to determine if negotiations or renegotiations should be undertaken to protect consumers from defaulting suppliers, right?
Correct. That wasn't part of my review.
And you did not conduct an analysis of the gas company's gas procurement contracts to determine if they embrace best practices or could use improvement, right?
Again, correct, not part of my review.
And you did not conduct an analysis to determine how much price protection from an event like Winter Storm Uri could have been achieved if the gas company were to reconsider its gas supply, transportation, storage portfolio, hedging, and purchasing practices, or any combination thereof, did you?
Can I have that full question again? I'm sorry.
Okay. You did not conduct an analysis to determine how much price protection from an event like Winter Storm Uri could be achieved if the gas company were to reconsider its gas supply, transportation, storage portfolio, hedging, and purchasing practices, or any combination thereof, did you?
Only partially. So as you know, I did examine how much price protection could be achieved from transitioning from Keystone to the LNG facility, or how much could have been achieved in Winter Storm Uri if that had been in place at the time. And then we also did that same analysis, excluding Winter Storm Uri, for the past 5 years. So with regard to the LNG facility, the answer is yes, I did do that. With regard to the entirety of the portfolio, the answer is no, I did not.
Okay, thank you. And we'll talk about the LNG facility, all right?
Good.
And you also did not conduct any analysis of the gas company's hedging practices to determine if they could be improved, correct?
In general, that's correct. I reviewed the testimony that Mr. Bullard submitted in prior proceedings with regard to the company's hedging programs and the limitations on cost-effective solutions, but I did not conduct my own analysis or review of hedging for them.
All right. And so you did not perform your own analysis, correct?
Correct. I reviewed the one that they had prepared.
Okay. So now I'd like to turn and talk about JJR3. Okay. And this is contained within your direct testimony, correct?
Yes, it is.
And Mr. Hearing Examiner, could I share my screen on this just so I can direct everybody to what points I'm looking at it at any given moment?
Sure, it might look better. I can maybe expand it on mine if you want, JJ. If that's all right.
I think I'll be able, but I'll be able to like zoom in on the parts that I want to highlight, the
Anyway,
figures I want to
Then
highlight.
that's totally fine. Let me make
Thank
you
you very much.
co-host so we can do that. Okay. Let's see if it worked. Go ahead.
All right. Can you see that there?
I can.
All right. And I know it's a little small, but I'm going to zoom in as we need things. Okay.
Go
So, on cross with the Attorney General, you stated that the JJR3 savings of 13.8 million is a relatively easy number that you could achieve with LNG, correct?
Yes, actually, what I was doing was reciting what Mr. Bullard had said this morning in that regard, but I agree with that statement.
Okay, and what you're referring to there is what's contained on line 24 of this exhibit. And let me try and zoom in here. It's this, is that this figure here at the end of line 24?
Yes, in the total column, if we were to see the top of that page.
Yes, total here. And then this figure here, correct?
Correct.
And can you see my cursor on this as I move it across the screen?
I can, yes.
Excellent. All right. So, all of these figures in JJR3, because I think this came up yesterday during Mr. Bullard's testimony, all of the figures contained here that talk about gas volume, those are all in MCF, correct?
Not quite. If you go to the top left corner of the spreadsheet, you'll see it's labeled above line 1 as being in decatherms.
Yeah.
Okay.
So unless they're otherwise noted as being dollars, the units here are decatherms, which is the same as MMBTUs.
Okay. And how does that compare to a MCF?
If the heat content is 1,000 BTUs per cubic foot, then they are the same.
And so generally, are they fairly comparable, the figures?
Yes, within 5%.
Okay, perfect. All right, so give me just one moment here. Okay, so JJR3 presumes that you start February 12th with a completely full LNG tank, correct?
Yes, we assumed in this analysis that the tank was full on February 12th.
And we can see that right here in line 50, correct?
Correct.
Okay. One million dectherm.
Correct.
Now, that's also the same as 1 million MCF, correct?
Yes.
Now, you would agree that February 12th is fairly late in the heating season, correct?
No, I don't think I would describe it as being fairly late.
Well, you would agree that if we were looking at a cold winter, right, where the winter starts in, say, mid-November, something like that, February is quite late in that season. You're looking at temperatures probably warming up in what, April?
Yeah, I would expect so, yes.
Okay.
Depends on where you are, right?
Yes, it does.
In New Mexico, you would say that February 12th is fairly late in the heating season, right?
To be honest, I haven't calculated number of heating degree days before and after February 12th, so I don't want to accept that characterization, but I think we can continue the discussion anyway.
Okay. So would you agree that if it were a cold winter and demand were fairly high through the season, it is certainly possible that by mid-February, the LNG facility could be at, say, 60% capacity?
It's possible. It depends on the opportunity for refill and obviously on the need for the LNG prior to February 12th.
Sure. And are you aware that Mr. Bullard testified on direct that the company's target is to come out of January with at least 625,000 to 650,000 MCF in the LNG facility?
With an emphasis on at least, yes.
Okay. And just for the record, that's contained at Gas Company Exhibit 1, page 65, lines 10 through 11. And Mr. Bullard, he is the gas company's vice president of engineering, gas management, and technical services, right?
I'll accept that, yes.
And so it's Mr. Bullard who will ultimately be responsible for the management and operation of any LNG facility at the gas company.
I think he'll have the ultimate responsibility for that, yes.
And so if Mr. Bullard says that his target is to come out of January with 625,000 to 650,000 MCF in the LNG tank, you'd accept that.
No, I don't think that's what he said. You left out the words at least.
Okay. Well, let's go with that. Okay. So he's going to say at least. That's their target, is to have at least that amount, right?
Correct. More is better, but at least that amount.
Great. So I want to imagine that we go into this Winter Storm Uri situation that you describe in JJR3 with the amount of gas in the tank that Mr. Bullard says they're going to at least target. Okay.
So up to the 650,000.
Yeah, let's assume the high end of that target, the 650,000. Let's say that that's what we go into the storm with. All right.
We'll accept that on a hypothetical basis. Yeah.
Great. And then you are also aware that Mr. Bullard says in his direct testimony that his target is to come out of February with at least 200,000 MCF in the tank, correct?
I'd have to go back and review that testimony, but we can accept that subject to check.
I can pull it up right now. This is Gas Company Exhibit 1 at page 65, lines 20 to 21. Right here at the bottom, the company's target is to come out of February with at least 200,000 MCF in the LNG facility. Did I read that correctly?
Yes, let me just read the rest of the paragraph. Hang on. I think you read that sentence beginning on line 20 correctly.
And I got the right meaning out of it as well, right? Because he talks earlier about, if there's without a big storm, we might come out with more, but like at the very least, we want to come out with 200, correct?
He doesn't say at the very least, but he does say the company's target is to come out of February with at least 200,000 MCF.
Okay, all right, thank you. We'll go back to JJR3. And so let's also imagine, so we're assuming that we're going into this scenario set forth in JJR3 with the 650,000, sort of target that Mr. Bullard set forth in his testimony. And I want to also assume that we're going to end this scenario and go to exit February with at least 200,000 MCF left in the tank, as Mr. Bullard says they target. Okay. Were you able to hear that?
Yes, I was.
Okay. You're okay with that assumption?
I think so. It's a hypothetical.
All right. And so what we've got then is we've got 450,000 MCF at most to use throughout the storm, correct?
No. You've entered the month with 650. You have liquefaction capabilities that you can operate from the 1st to the 12th. And then you have, of course, liquefaction capabilities after the 18th.
I'm saying in my hypothetical, let's assume that we're entering the storm with 650,000 in the tank, okay?
Okay. So not Mr. Bullard's assumption of entering the month, but entering the storm, okay?
Let's assume that we haven't had to use or that we haven't been able to liquefy any additional gas, okay?
I understand your hypothetical.
Okay. And so we've got 650 and we want to end the storm with 200,000 in the tank, okay? So we have 450 to play with throughout the storm.
Again, just to be clear, your assumption is not exit the month with 200, but exit the storm with 200, which is not Mr. Bullard's statement.
Okay. So there's a little bit of a difference there.
I understand your hypothetical.
All right. So if we've got 450,000 MCF to use throughout the storm from the LNG facility, that won't even cover what the gas company was able to pull out of Keystone during Uri, will it?
I don't know that I have that number here as to what it was able to pull out of Keystone.
So I've highlighted there line 5. You've got net Keystone withdrawals on line 5 with then a total at the end there.
Yep, thank you.
And so they were able to pull out of Keystone during Uri 548,965 MCF, correct?
I'm sorry, the number again, 500?
548,965 MCF. Is that correct?
I see the figure, yes.
And that's your figure, right?
That's the figure for the Keystone withdrawals from the 13th to the 18th of February in 2021.
Okay. And 450,000 MCF, if that's what we have to play with during the storm, that wouldn't cover the amount that they were able to get out of Keystone, would it?
Under your scenario, your hypothetical, you're right. 450,000 is less than 548,000.
And now, with Keystone in place, the gas company being able to pull out that 548,965 MCF of gas from Keystone, they had to go onto the spot market and buy 82,039 MCF of gas, correct?
Sorry, where is the 82,000 you're referring to?
So if you add up those four figures there. These are your spot market purchases, correct?
Correct.
Lines 1 through 4 here. And if you add those up, would you accept, subject to check, that they total 82,039 MCF?
Generally, yes.
Okay.
Close.
And so the reason that they had to buy the 82,000 is because they only were able to pull out 548,965 MCF from Keystone, but they needed that additional 82,000, right?
Correct.
If they could only pull 400,000 MCF or 450,000 MCF, there's going to be, from the LNG, there's going to be an additional shortfall, isn't there?
If I understand your question, if you only withdraw or vaporize 450,000 of LNG, it doesn't cover the 548. So you have a little over 100. Well, you have a little less than 100,000 that you need to cover from elsewhere, which you would have done by, for example, not utilizing LNG on Wednesday the 17th.
And instead buying more on the spot market?
Right. If you had done that, the 13.8 becomes 13, a little over 13.
Well, so what do you mean the 13.8 becomes a little over 13?
If you chose not to use LNG for savings on Wednesday the 17th, you'll see that on that day, the volumes taken were 117,000. So if you had not liquefied on that day, you would have not incurred the savings that are there on line 24, which is the 826,000. So that's the effect. If you had to cut back your vaporization by 100,000, that's the effect.
So you'd also have to continue to make all of the same spot purchases, correct? That were made under Keystone, because you don't even have enough gas in the LNG tank to cover what Keystone was able to provide, right?
What you're suggesting is you don't have Keystone, and under your hypothetical, you're limiting me to utilize 450,000 of vaporization. As I understand that, is that the correct assumption?
Yes.
So what you would do to meet that condition, that limiting condition, is rather than utilize the storage for the entirety of the 631,000 that's on line 6, you would eliminate the vaporization on Wednesday the 17th, which means you eliminate the savings on that day, which are $827,000.
If I could have just a moment, Mr. Hearing Examiner.
Sure. Again, this assumes that the maximum withdrawal rate per day is that 195,000, right? Decatherms are
Yeah, we never used more than 180,000
80. Okay,
in this scenario out of the 195 that we presume is available.
right. The maximum there is on line 11, Sunday the 14th. Is that right? 180,211.
That's correct.
Mr. Hearing Examiner, could we take a short afternoon break? Check
This
some
will be the
math.
first 5 minutes. Mr. Reed probably could use 5 minutes, and then we'll take a longer break a little bit later. Let's take 5 minutes. Is that okay, Mr.
Sounds
Dodd?
great. Thank you.
We're in recess for 5 minutes. We're not on the record yet, but Mr. Dodd, I reset the clock for 10 minutes because it ran for about a minute. But I have you at approximately 10 minutes. Is that about right?
I think that was about right.
Thank you. Are you ready to proceed?
I am.
All right, let's go back on the record then.
All right, so
Go ahead.
Oh, sorry.
Go ahead.
So Mr. Reed, so what you're saying is, and let me share my screen again here so we can see this. What you're saying is that you would, in my hypothetical, you would not vaporize this figure here on Wednesday, correct?
At least not all of it. I think we were looking to cut back, was it 95,000? I don't recall the exact math, but about 95,000 of vaporization.
98, I think.
Yeah, that would be the day I think I would choose to keep that in the tank.
Okay. And so you said that what that would do is that would erase the savings down here, correct? Down in line 24?
Yeah, the savings that we've calculated that the LNG tank could have provided on that day was 826,000. So by not doing that, presumably nearly all of that would have been lost.
Okay. But there's another wrinkle, isn't there?
Why don't you tell me what you're thinking of?
If you don't burn the 117,000, you got to go buy it on the spot market, don't you?
You presumably have to get it from somewhere.
And on that day, the gas company bought 10,751 off of the spot market, correct?
Correct.
At a cost of $1,075,100. Is that correct?
Correct.
And so to get an additional 106,000 off of the spot market, it would take you about 10 million bucks, wouldn't it?
That depends on what you'd have to pay, but if you paid the same amount for that 106, yes, it would increase your purchase gas cost by $10 million.
Okay. And that would eviscerate an enormous chunk of the savings that you've laid out here as possible in JJR3.
I'd have to redispatch the whole system to figure that out, but it could. Yes, if you had to go into the spot market and you did not have the ability to go beyond the 450, I think was in your assumption, of LNG vaporization, then it would increase costs.
And what that also means is that if in my hypothetical where you can only use 450, there is no way, since you can't even cover what the gas company was able to get out of Keystone, there's no way that you would actually be able to use the LNG proactively or resell day ahead purchases as you lay out in JJR3 in lines 27 to 45, correct? These two sections down here.
Yes, as I understand your question, again, if you're limiting the total LNG utilization for that period to 450,000, then this additional potential savings from line 27 down to line 45 would not be achievable.
Okay. And you can't use everything in the real world. You can't use everything that's in the tank for a February storm, can you?
Well, I think under your scenario, we're keeping 200,000 in the tank. And I would,
that's prudent, isn't it?
generally, yes. If you have an event like this, would it also be prudent to go beyond or below the 200,000 target level for end of February? Yes. That's why, again, you have targets and the right to go beyond it. But I agree, you would not want to drain the tank to zero. And as you know, that's what I said in my testimony, is I don't think that you'd want to go that low.
Now, you chose to cut on Wednesday, correct? To cut the liquid, cut vaporization on Wednesday, correct?
I think you're highlighting Tuesday, but yes.
Isn't this Wednesday here?
I'm sorry, that is Wednesday.
Okay, you're confusing me.
I'm trying to see where your cursor is.
Sorry. Yeah, it's a.
Yes,
All right.
Okay.
106,000.
So you chose to cut on Wednesday. Now, wouldn't you agree that the gas companies' practices and targets would make it much more likely that they would actually choose to cut on Sunday, wouldn't they?
No, I don't think so.
No? You think they'd cut on Wednesday?
Based upon the information that we have here, yes.
Well, when I interpreted Sunday as being the most catastrophic day, if you will. Is that not why you did that?
The price impact is the greatest on Sunday, yes.
Yeah, yeah. Thank you. Well said. Go
What do you
ahead.
mean price impact was greatest on Sunday?
The intraday purchases, if you look at lines 13 through 18, the intraday purchases there were over $200 at times.
Right. Right. So you wouldn't
That-
want to buy gas, would you?
I'm sorry, that's part of that. You wouldn't want to what?
So you wouldn't want to buy that gas because it's so dang expensive.
You would do what you could to use your resources like LNG to avoid that.
Isn't
And
that
that's
when
why-
isn't that when the curtailment started? Right away? There on the 14th?
The curtailment
Historically?
of Keystone, is that your question? Oh,
What of the Uri event and its impact on customers in Texas, and there
yeah,
were curtailments, weren't there?
there weren't curtailments in New Mexico.
No, there weren't.
Use customers. There certainly were in Texas.
I'm just looking at this as broader than just New Mexico. It was a regional event.
It certainly was, all the way to the Canadian border.
Yeah. Go ahead.
Now,
I'll-
Mr. Reed, you know this chart very, very well, don't you? Because you made it.
Yes,
And so you chose the day on which the gas was the cheapest to choose not to take LNG and instead to go on the market and purchase it, in my hypothetical, right?
I wouldn't say the cheapest. I mean, the price on Wednesday was $100 in the intraday market. There were days that didn't have intraday purchases. So,
Okay. So we don't know what those cost. But on this JJR3, 100 is the lowest intraday price. Is that right?
so let's go down to line 32. Line 32 shows, for example, one of the price indices, which is for Transwestern San Juan. Actually, on that day, the San Juan price on Wednesday was the highest.
Is that the gas that you'd have to cover with then?
It depends on the availability of your transport to get to San Juan or to Permian.
Okay, so if you had to draw from the San Juan to cover this 106,000 here, right? If you didn't have enough capacity elsewhere, you might have to go down and take this $223 price, right?
Well, presumably, if we don't have Keystone, we still have Keystone's transportation. And that, as we know, is 190,000. So you have that from the Permian. And to the extent Keystone's not available, you still got the transport.
Okay, and so you're saying you could get it from the Permian. You're going to be able to get the $100 from the Permian.
Yes, I can't even vouch with any certainty that the intraday purchase was Permian. You have to understand that at that time, the range of fixed prices being established in the market were just literally all over the map.
Sure, people were just scrambling to get whatever they could, right?
Well, but we saw some transactions at $50 and $60, and we saw a couple at $500 and $600.
Right.
So,
And so I'm sorry, you can finish it.
Difficult to say what any individual purchase would have cost.
Sure. And so having to go on the market and get the 106,000 to cover here, if you're not burning the LNG, we don't know what it would cost. Could have been enormous cost, right?
Could have been $50, could have been 100, could have been more.
Could have been 500.
I tend to doubt that, but anything's possible.
Okay. Now, you would agree that Mr. Bullard has testified that his intent is that they not run all 3 vaporizers at the LNG facility, correct?
As a standard operating procedure, that's my understanding.
And that's because that's the redundancy that they have built into the system, correct?
I think what he has said is he prefers to keep one train of vaporization in reserve. But obviously, when you have an event like this, you tend to modify the operating procedures to accommodate an extraordinary event.
Okay. Now, you would agree that at the time that all of this was transpiring, the gas company didn't know what was going to happen when they're looking at the situation on Saturday and Sunday. They don't know what's going to happen on Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, do they?
Remember, this is a holiday weekend, so you're actually setting up your portfolio very early Friday morning. And then you're setting it up for Tuesday very early on Monday. So what you have is information about prices that are being quoted in the market, both real time and the index prices. So you don't know what's going to happen with regard to weather, and you don't know what the index is going to settle out on the next trading day, but you have the information as to what's happened.
So your testimony is that on Friday, the gas company knew what spot prices were going to be for Wednesday?
Objection, Mr. Hearing Examiner.
Please state the basis for the objection, Mr. Haverly.
Misstates the testimony, Mr. Hearing Examiner.
I'm not misstating, Mr. Hearing Examiner. I'm trying to clarify exactly what the testimony is in fact.
Let's see what pardon me?
I was going off of that he never said that you could predict it on Wednesday, but let the witness talk. I'm fine with that.
Okay, go ahead, Miss. And obviously I've got the sand dial up, meaning we are in. I probably put a soccer ball up there, but or anyway, we're in added time, Mr. Dodd. But go ahead. Just when this colloquy finishes, we need to decide what you want to do.
Absolutely.
I think I remember the question. No, I certainly did not say that on Friday morning before nomination deadline, you would know what the spot prices were going to be on the following Wednesday.
And on Saturday, the gas company wouldn't know what the spot prices are going to be on Wednesday, would they?
Correct.
Same for Sunday, correct?
Correct.
Same for Monday?
Correct.
Same for Tuesday?
At some point on Tuesday, but not before the trading, I'm sorry, not before the nomination deadline.
Okay. Mr. Hearing Examiner, I think that this line of inquiry is extremely probative, and I think that it's important for you and for the commission to get the substance of this testimony. And so I'm going to ask to be afforded an additional 20 minutes, please. I can't take from my other witnesses. I think that we were maybe perhaps a little too conservative in requesting time, and I would ask for an additional 20 minutes, please.
Well, you should be more careful in your estimates. So let's decide where you're going to take the 20 minutes from. I didn't reduce anybody's time. And I'm assuming that folks are rather generous in what they afford themselves. So while I appreciate the comment, I'm not inclined to prolong the hearing. And just be advised next time to be more careful in estimating your time. So where are you going to take the time from?
It looks like Miss Lynch raised her hand. I don't know. Oh, and as well as.
Oh, let's deal with this first.
Okay.
I can yield time.
If you're willing to do that, are you willing to accept time?
I
Mr.
am
Dodd?
willing to,
Yes,
yes.
please.
Yes, go ahead, Ms. Lynch.
I would yield 20 minutes for Edward Jones.
So you would forego your cross-examination of Jones and
Yes.
allow, okay. If Mr. Dodd's willing to accept that gracious offer, I will as well.
Very much so.
Okay.
Very much so. And just,
Okay.
Mr. Hearing Examiner, just to note, it does look like CCAE is allotted 30 minutes for Mr. Jones, so it looks like they'd have 10 minutes remaining.
I have 20 for CCA with Jones.
That's
Mr.
because I used 10 of Jones yesterday.
My apologies.
Okay.
My apologies.
That's fine. So I have you now at 55 with Mr. Reed, and I'll reset the clock at 20.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
And thank you to CCAE. And so, Mr. Reed, ultimately, you can't predict spot prices, correct?
Not with any accuracy, that's correct.
If you could basically mint money, right?
You could certainly make a lot of money.
Sure. A lot of people try to predict it, I guess. So JJR3 described a scenario, right? We're outside of my hypothetical now. JJR3 describes a hypothetical where you ran the LNG tank basically bone dry. Correct?
There are 44,000 MMBTUs left if you went all the way through all three categories of strategic activity.
That's right. So
I'm sorry, all three categories of.
Strategic activity.
Thank you, sir.
And you started, as we talked about earlier, with a completely full tank.
That's correct.
And you ran it all the way down to just under 44,000 MCFs, right?
Correct.
Now, in real life, you wouldn't do that, correct?
I think you probably would not. And again, that's said in my testimony that this was meant to show the potential of the tank in an event like this. And number one, I'm not hoping for a repeat of an event like this. And number two, I'm not advocating that you take the LNG inventory down to 44,000. But as a measure of the potential, that's there.
But aren't we trying to consider real life potential here? Isn't that what's important, is what the LNG facility might actually be able to provide to consumers and to the company?
It is, Mr. Dodd, and let's go to that point. The analysis that we presented in the table of savings assumed 0 for gas cost savings, okay? The 0.6% rate impact assumed that the beneficial impact on gas cost was zero. Zero in a Winter Storm Uri event, zero on an annual average operating basis. What we've said is beyond that, there are certainly very potential savings that can be achieved through price mitigation and through operational enhancements. And as you know, in the rebuttal testimony, we say you can probably achieve between $3 and $5 million per year just in operational improvements. And beyond that, you can achieve whatever portion of Exhibit JJR3 you want to assume can be achievable in a Winter Storm Uri type of event. But the analysis we presented as the cost-benefit analysis for the LNG facility, to be clear, assumed zero gas cost benefit. And then we went beyond that and said, we should also look at what's actually possible.
So you agree that what's demonstrated here in JJR3 is not real world, correct?
In general, I would say that Winter Storm Uri, number one, isn't real world, and hopefully these prices aren't going to be repeated. But that's why we assumed zero and then examined the impact even under very typical conditions where we talked about the $3 to $5 million of annual savings. But to repeat, we built zero into the cost benefit analysis.
But talking about this chart, right? What you laid out in JJR3, right? It's Winter Storm Uri, you would agree, Winter Storm Uri happened. That's real world, right?
It did happen.
And we're living in a world of greater and greater price volatility, aren't we?
It would appear to be so. Volatility generally is increasing, not to the level of anything approaching Winter Storm Uri, but yes, volatility is increasing.
Okay. And do you agree in real world conditions, it's unlikely that you're going to start in the middle of February with a completely full tank, correct?
I think that's correct, yes.
And there's almost zero chance that you're going to run this tank almost bone dry in responding to a storm like this, correct?
In February, yes, I would not see that as being likely.
Okay, because it would be imprudent.
Most likely. I mean, it depends on your confidence in refill capability for the facility, but based upon normal refill conditions of 10,000 and based upon normal balance of season heating degree days, I would not want to take the LNG tank down to 44,000.
Because if you did run the LNG facility like you do here in JJR3, what are you going to do if on February 20th, another major winter storm hits that results in supply disruptions, right?
What you're going to do, of course, is buy intraday gas or buy swing gas. But
Sure.
to be clear, this is not what I would consider to be a projection of what you should expect for price mitigation savings associated with this type of event. This is a presentation of what's potential. And then we scaled that back to zero in the cost benefit and 3 to 5 million as a more typical operating condition savings.
But Mr. Reed, aren't you aware that this right here, Winter Storm Uri, is the whole reason that the commission asked the gas company to look into price volatility?
I want to challenge that statement, and I did see that statement in one of the intervener witnesses. I said in my testimony that I think the primary benefit of the LNG facility is the enhancement to reliability as compared to Keystone. I'm not going to speak to the commission's intent in asking the company to undertake a study, but I can speak to what I consider to be the primary and secondary justification for the facility. Primary justification is reliability. Secondary justification is price spike mitigation. It's really important for both, but the reliability issue isn't every year, every winter month kind of issue. This kind of a price spike isn't an every month, every winter kind of issue. So Again, my testimony was clear. I consider the primary justification for the facility to be reliability, secondary for price mitigation.
And so what you're saying is you don't care what the commission asked to be done.
Oh,
Objection, Mr. Hearing Examiner.
Sustained, strike that. That's stricken.
All right, so what happens when, if you run the tank dry like this and you've got another major winter storm on February 20th? You said earlier you'd go on the market and buy. What happens if there are supply disruptions to the point where you can't get enough on the market?
if there are supply disruptions, meaning, and you can't transport gas, let's say from Permian to the city gate, then you're going to have that same level of disruption with regard to getting Keystone gas to your city gate. It's a transportation disruption, there's not an issue of the gas isn't physically available. It's a question of how much you pay for it. So the capacity is there. If the capacity is functioning, it's functioning for intraday purchases or day ahead purchases or for withdrawals from Keystone.
Because what you're saying really is that the pipeline system, the supply system is robust. Is that right?
Yeah, typically it is. I mean, the infrastructure for delivery can be challenged, and that's whether it's compression for injection, compression for withdrawal, or compression for transmission. But those constraints apply to all elements of the infrastructure and of the supply chain. But again, to be clear, Mr. Dodd, number one, I wouldn't recommend, as I've said, taking the tank down to 44,000. And number two, if you have a second winter storm event in late March, second half of March, I think your example, and you've exhausted your LNG capability, then the answer is you have to secure that on the market. But again, I wouldn't do that.
And you would agree that we are in the middle of both the Permian and the San Juan basins, correct?
You have access to both, yes.
Pretty good direct access.
Yeah, pretty good, yes.
The chances of not having access to both of those markets at the same time is quite unlikely, correct?
Yes.
And so you would agree that, in fact, New Mexico is actually fairly well placed not to have significant issues in terms of reliability from a supply perspective, correct?
I think that's a little extreme. Again, you've seen force majeure events on the pipelines. You've seen force majeure events on Keystone. The analysis that we presented is a comparison of Keystone to the LNG in terms of reliability. I would not want to relinquish Keystone without having an alternative. And at the same time, it's been proven to be problematic to rely on Keystone. But if you're suggesting that supply reliability or infrastructure reliability is sufficient that you don't need either, certainly I would not accept that.
Now, and I don't think I'm saying that we don't need either. I think that, you know, the idea of having storage is really important for a gas company, right? You got to have some storage.
We agree on that. For a market that has this degree of swing and heating load, storage is very important. And more importantly, reliable storage is very important.
Okay. Now, Mr. Reed, I wanted to ask you, to date, how much have you and your company been paid for your services in this matter?
I don't know the answer to that. We were retained, as I recall, in August of 2022. So our analysis has been ongoing since that time, but I don't know the total amount of the payments.
How much are you getting paid per hour for your testimony here today?
I get paid, of course, for my time, not for my testimony, but my current billing rate is roughly $1,000 an hour.
Okay. And how many hours have you expended on this case, would you say?
Me personally,
Sure.
I don't know, more than 100
Okay, so just for your time, we're looking at over $100,000.
since August, yes.
Okay.
August of 22.
Would you say your company is probably billed somewhere between $500,000 and $1 million in this case?
Yeah, I don't want to hazard a guess. $500,000 may be a reasonable estimate, but again, that's just guessing.
Mr. Hearing Examiner, if I could have a moment, please.
I just paused your time at 6:59.
Thank you. All right. We can start my time again, Mr. Hearing Examiner. Mr. Reed, let's assume for a second that the commission accepts the LNG proposal and moves forward, and we end up in a world where the gas company has abandoned Keystone and is reliant on the LNG facility. Can we accept this hypothetical for a moment?
I understand the hypothetical, yes.
And we're past that 1 year phase, so Keystone's no longer an option, okay?
Okay, I can assume that.
The LNG facility that has been proposed and that would be built is a single tank, correct?
Correct.
If something were to happen to that tank or the facility as a whole, and it were down for 1 winter season, that would have catastrophic outcomes on customers and on the gas company in terms of prices that they would have to pay throughout that entire season, correct?
Yeah, I don't want to predict the future in terms of your hypothetical calling for a catastrophic outcome. Certainly relying on the LNG facility and then having the facility, I think you said, completely fail for an entire year is a almost inconceivable event.
Okay.
As to what would happen to mitigate the impact of that in terms of purchases or reorienting of gas supplies, I can't tell you, but it does seem like a even beyond highly improbable event.
Outside of the probability of the event, if it were to happen, the outcome would be catastrophic, correct?
By catastrophic, do you mean loss of life? Or are you talking about economics? Because I wouldn't want to presume there's loss of life here.
Let's assume that supply can be met, supply can be found, right? Demand can be met. We're not talking about a reliability problem. We're talking about a coverage problem and getting the gas and paying for the gas. Catastrophic from a financial perspective, correct?
Potentially, not necessarily. One thing that I think it's important to understand is, even though in our analysis, we have assumed that the company relinquishes Keystone. So that 190,000 of withdrawal capability isn't contractually committed to the company anymore. But we have presumed that the company retains all of the firm transportation on El Paso and Transwestern that's currently used to deliver Keystone supplies to Albuquerque and to New Mexico. So that conduit that's currently at 190,000 a day for Keystone,
we have presumed is still there. So you have a great opportunity to then go into the Permian market and buy replacement supplies and get it transported under firm transportation to New Mexico. So there is a continuity of that pathway that's extremely important from a reliability perspective and an economics perspective, especially given that Permian is the lowest cost basin accessible to the company. So important to understand, you're relinquishing the storage and the withdrawal capability, but you're preserving that pathway for the full 190 a day on an FT basis, a fully committed basis. So the question is, can you then go out and buy gas in Permian to replace the LNG output? Given that you're talking about a BCF of gas in its entirety over the heating season or over the entirety of the year, that seems to me like a plausible situation to go out and buy the gas. Could it result in a higher cost? Sure. Short answer is, by preserving that pathway, I think you've got a level of redundancy built in here that's a very important consideration.
So what your answer is basically that pathway is not reliable enough right now. We got to build LNG, but it's reliable enough if LNG fails.
No, that's certainly not a fair characterization of what I said. The concern, to be clear, with reliability is with Keystone. There have been force majeure events on Transwestern, on El Paso, but the reliability concern that we're addressing through LNG is almost entirely Keystone, okay? It is the Keystone force majeure. It's the cuts on critical days. So preserving that pathway of FT, I think, does provide a very, very high level of redundancy and reliability. Could that be curtailed? Sure. Remember, when you have a force majeure event on the pipeline, you have pro rata curtailment of FT contracts. So again, if there's a 5% curtailment, you're still going to get the other 95%. But again, I think it's important to understand you do have that pathway. You have a redundant path back to the market. And as you said, you're relatively proximate to the market. So that can be a very good thing if there were to be that highly, highly improbable event of a complete failure of the LNG facility.
But if we had a complete failure of the LNG facility prior to a winter heating season, that would mean that we're going into a winter heating season with zero storage, correct?
Zero inventory of storage, yes.
If I could have just one moment, we could keep the clock running, Mr. Hearing Examiner. Mr. Hearing Examiner, I don't have any further questions. At this point, I would move for the admission of New Energy Economy Exhibits 6 and 8. Is
there any objection to the admission of NEE 6 and NEE 8?
Mr. Hearing Examiner, I don't have an objection to 6. I think that 8 is co-sponsored, and the witness testified that he was only responsible for partial answers. But I don't know that I don't actually have an objection to those coming in at this point.
Mr. Hearing, if I can, I just wanted to say that was the one that we dealt with yesterday with Mr. Bullard, where he was responsible for some. Mr. Reed has now vouched for the others. I think that the entirety of it has been vouched for at this point, and so I think that it'd be appropriate to admit it at this time.
Mr. Hearing Examiner, to be clear, Eric Buchanan is a co-sponsor of 5.1 and 5.2, but I'm willing to just go ahead and agree that they can come in.
Yeah, I was about to point that out, Mr. Heverly, about the response to interrogatories 5.1 and 5.2 at least. But since you don't have an objection, then New Energy Economy Exhibits 6 and 8 are admitted.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dodd. Let's take a 15-minute break. Right after 3:45, we'll continue with Mr. Reed. Thank you. We're in recess. All right, next up, we have Ms. Lynch with her cross-examination of Mr. Reed. But before I start, I want to thank Ms. Lynch again for her generosity in providing Mr. Dodd her 20 minutes with Mr. Jones. And I wanted to lift the veil a little bit on my thinking about not expanding New Energy Economy's time beyond that set forth in the matrix, the 1,115 minutes or 18.5 hours of cross-examination. That's just cross-examination. That's not including what I've already allowed for, and I will regret to see is more cross-examination, which potentially leads to redirect examination, which is akin to what we have in the Sir rebuttal, and then the absurd term Sir rebuttal in the P&M rate case, or at least in the Four Corners abandonment proceeding in 2117. The point of it all is, if I wasn't singling out Mr. Dodd and denying New Energy Economy more time, but if I allow it, then like I learned from my wife, who is a master teacher of many years, you have to allow every other kid in the classroom the same accommodation, if you will, to put it in her lexicon. So I'm not willing to cross that point at this time, because the hearing becomes unwieldy. So I'll drop the veil again. Thank Ms. Lynch again. Plead Mr. Dodd for his understanding. And we'll continue now. Go ahead, Ms. Lynch. I think you have 45 minutes. Is that right?
That is correct. Yep.
Okay, go ahead, please.
Okay. Good afternoon, Mr. Reed.
Good afternoon, Ms. Lynch.
I'm the attorney for the Coalition for Clean Affordable Energy. Okay. And many of the questions I'm going to ask right now will focus on climate change and decarbonization goals and policies, just to give you a sense. To begin with, you are the chairman and CEO of Concentric Energy Advisors, correct?
To be clear, I am the chairman of Concentric Energy Advisors. As of January 1st, I transferred the title of CEO to my successor.
Okay. In the role you provided as CEO of Concentric, and now as chairman, and perhaps in many others, you have specific economic and financial expertise you supply to various energy companies, correct?
Yes, among other clients.
Okay. Do you have specific economic and financial knowledge and experience related to the economics of climate change policies or decarbonization strategies that utilities are implementing?
Yes, but the principal area of our firm's work and increasingly of my work.
Can you describe some of those strategies and policies?
Certainly. For example, we represent and act as the sort of group leader for the joint utilities of New York in addressing the state's climate change initiatives, both on the electric side and the gas side. So all of the investor-owned utilities of New York operate under what's called the JU, or Joint Utilities Comment Approach. So draft rulemakings, draft procedures of the commission and of the state, from a legislative framework as well as a regulatory framework. The utilities prepare comments under the joint utility banner. In the Northeast, staying there for a while, we're currently working for National Grid in developing policies in response to climate change initiatives and some of the new commission rules and regulations with regard to what's called future of gas generally, or future of heat more generally. But we do this type of work all across North America, a ton of work in Canada, a lot of work in the Western US as well, focusing on everything from policy advocacy to implementation down to electric vehicles. And I can keep going at length, but
no, that's great. Sounds like you have a wide amount of experience. And in your analysis of, or in your work in those spaces, you provide economic and financial analyses specific to those policies, correct?
correct.
Okay. Currently in New Mexico's state climate policy framework, as stated in CCAE Exhibit 5, Interrogatory Response 1C, which is at page 5 of CCAE Exhibit 5, the gas company provides that the state's climate policies and goals do not apply to New Mexico Gas Company obligations, correct?
Can you give me a page reference within that exhibit?
Page 5.
If you're referring to the answer to subpart C, it says New Mexico Gas Company is obligated to provide service to customers, both new and existing, who requested. The cited policies do not change this obligation. So that's what the statement made by the company is.
Thank you. Is it the company's belief or that the state can achieve greenhouse gas emissions reductions without the contributions of private industry?
Well, I think you're asking me about the company's belief, which would require that I speculate a bit about the company's belief. I can offer my own expert opinions, but I don't think I can speak to the company's belief on that.
So your work with the company wouldn't be enough to speak on their behalf?
That's correct.
Okay. Is it your belief that the company will comply only with the law and what the law requires from the company?
I can speak to facts, which is I have seen the company take positions that certainly go beyond what is the legally minimum requirement. And again, it's subject to regulation of this commission. And there are many regulatory initiatives and regulatory policies that aren't limited to what's legally prescribed. So I think the company will be and is responsive to the goals and ambitions of the state, as well as the policies of the commission, which again, aren't strictly prescribed by legislation.
In your testimony, you discuss the executive order that was issued in 2019 by the governor of New Mexico, correct? The one on climate change and waste and energy waste prevention?
Yes, I did speak to that.
Okay. Are you also aware of the Efficient Use of Energy Act in New Mexico?
In general terms, yes.
Okay. And the EUEA requires the company to implement energy and efficiency or offer energy efficiency to customers, correct?
Within certain limits, yes.
Does energy efficiency, when implemented by a customer, reduce energy use?
Yes, energy efficiency, if it's properly implemented, should reduce use either on a peak or off-peak basis.
I'm sorry, if properly implemented and?
Should reduce energy use on either a peak or off-peak basis.
Thank you.
And that would apply to gas used for heating, correct?
Yes.
and for cooking.
Potentially, yes.
Okay. Can you please turn to exhibit CCAE Exhibit 5, page 17?
I have that finished.
Okay. There, the company maintains that the EUEA is not meant to reduce peak demand energy needs, correct?
I think it says the primary purpose is not to reduce peak demand, but to offer customers cost-effective energy savings.
In your opinion, is it possible that effective energy efficiency programs can reduce peak demand?
They can. Again, that's typically not the principal target, and the experience in the industry has shown that reducing peak demand is much more difficult than reducing annual demand. But there can be an impact on peak demand from some measures associated with energy efficiency.
And still on page 17, it's provided that the company has experienced customer growth rates of 0.5% to 1%. And the company expects that growth rate to continue into the future, correct?
Yes, I think it says it's something like this historic level, correct?
Do you know if this growth rate is primarily due to new construction?
It's customer growth rate, so it would be with regard to the addition of meters, and typically addition of meters are related to construction.
Okay. In your work on various decarbonization policies, have you encountered jurisdictions implementing, or I guess utilities being required in certain jurisdictions to implement policies that will achieve certain savings of carbon emissions due to new building codes?
Yes, I've testified very recently, for example, in British Columbia, on the effects of stretch codes. I think that's what you're referring to.
Sorry, on the effects of
Stretch codes, STRETCH.
Thank you.
Are you aware of the new building codes in New York City that require decarbonization?
I am generally, yes.
Have you looked at any of the economic effects of those codes?
Yes, economic in terms of impact on peak demand, impact on average use, and impact on sort of the shape of resource portfolios on both the electric and gas side.
Okay. Now we will look at New Mexico Gas Company Exhibit 4, page 30 of your rebuttal testimony. Can you please let me know when you're there?
I am there.
Okay. And there, sorry. At line 10, you state that denying the continued availability of safe, reliable, and affordable natural gas service to the company's service territory would be contrary to the state's decarbonization goals, given that the state's and the region's electric generation mix is still heavily dependent on fossil fuels. That's an accurate statement, correct?
Yes, I think you read that correctly.
Okay. Are you aware of the New Mexico statute 62-16-4 the renewable portfolio standard that applies to electric utilities?
In general terms, yes, I'm familiar with the goals for increasing the level of renewable generation in the state.
Okay. And we are approaching the 2025 standard, which provides that no later than January 1st, 2025, renewable energy shall comprise no less than 40% of each public utility's total retail sales of electricity to New Mexico customers. Is the gas company replacing, do you know if the gas company is replacing any of its generation mix to provide retail sales that reduce carbon emissions?
The company doesn't have any generation. I'm perhaps missing the point of your question.
Is the company replacing any of the natural gas that it supplies to customers with other forms of energy that possibly reduce carbon emissions?
I'm not specifically aware of the company's programs, for example, with regard to renewable natural gas. But again, I think the comment I made in my testimony was that the renewable portfolio standards per se apply to electric utilities, not to New Mexico Gas Company.
Correct. So the gas company is not required to cut carbon emissions through incorporation of different fuels like electric utilities at a similar rate as that required by the electric utilities, correct?
As I understand your question, that's correct. It's the standard with regard to incorporating a percentage of renewable energy forms into the resource portfolio is an electric utility standard not applicable to the gas utilities.
Correct. In that same paragraph in your rebuttal, actually, it's the next sentence, you state, promoting a premature conversion to electric end uses before that step would actually result in a lower level of carbon emissions would be that would actually result in a lower level of carbon emissions would be entirely counterproductive. Do I have that right?
No, Ms. Lynch, I'm sorry, but you may not have picked up on the correction I read to that sentence at the beginning of my testimony.
I did not. Can you state the correction?
Yes, line 14 specifically as corrected reads, that step would actually result in a higher level of carbon emissions and would be entirely counterproductive.
Okay. What do you mean by premature conversion in this statement?
Conversion to electric end uses before the generation portfolio of the grid has been decarbonized.
So is that also what you mean when you use that step in the statement above?
It is the step of decarbonizing generation or electric resources is the step I'm referring to.
Would you describe the 2025 RPS standard, which requires the electric utilities to provide retail sales of electricity to New Mexico customers no less than 40%, which must be renewable energy, as premature conversion?
The conversion I'm talking about is the conversion of end uses from natural gas to electricity. And the question I'm asking is whether that's a beneficial conversion. So whether it's beneficial electrification. Certainly the 2025 standard is a step in the direction of decarbonizing the grid. The math as to whether converting at 2025 levels of renewable energy in the portfolio is either productive or counterproductive becomes a matter of examining specifically what end uses we're looking at. But certainly the 2025 objectives are a step towards decarbonization, but that doesn't necessarily mean that the end use electrification is beneficial in terms of carbon reduction.
Premature electrification.
Correct. Well, or non-beneficial. Typically, the phrase is beneficial electrification.
Are you concerned with more coal and nuclear? Well, what are you concerned? What other resource are you concerned here with electrification?
The fuel mix in New Mexico last time I looked was just about 50% fossil, that is coal and natural gas. I think the EIA figures that I looked at last that were published was 52% roughly coal and natural gas generation. But what's important is that when you look at the composition of the balance of the portfolio, the other resources are essentially non-dispatchable or base load resources. So you're taking all of the hydro, all of the solar, all of the wind, all of the battery, all of the biomass, a little tiny bit of geothermal. Those are all essentially base loaded. So the marginal resource is fossil, whether that's coal or natural gas. So when you have an increment or decrement to the electric load, it's served by the marginal resource, and currently that's fossil. Sorry.
So it's related to, I paused, Ms. Lynch, so it's related to dispatchability.
Right, it's related to what's on the margin as you have an increment or decrement of load. And right now that is fossil within New Mexico.
And this is tied to what we talked about earlier at Aliso Canyon, I suspect, with regard to dispatchability in California.
Yeah, I mean, it goes in California to both the pace of the electric infrastructure build out as opposed to the conversion rate. What I think the CPUC has come to realize is that conversion rate for what is still in California 90% saturation of natural gas heat is going to take a long time.
Yeah.
And having storage is a critically important way of not only ensuring effective use of natural gas, but also equitable use, because again, the conversion economics for higher income households and lower income households are not the same.
And California is further along on this curve than most states
They
in
are.
dealing with electrification.
And struggling with infrastructure expansion, I have to say.
Right. Okay. I thank you for that diversion. Let's get back to Ms. Lynch.
Thank you. Can you now turn to page 31 of your rebuttal?
Yes, I have that.
And I think this is just an extension of the questions you were just answering from the hearing examiner. On page 31, you provide a quote from a CPUC proceeding. The portion of the quote that I'm most interested in reads, "We also need to allow people, especially low income and vulnerable customers, to access affordable energy as we move to a new electrified economy." I'm wondering, Mr. Reed, are you aware that low income and vulnerable populations probably won't be able to transition off of gas used for heating and cooking as quickly as wealthier households will be able to make the transition?
I am aware of those challenges and aware of also owner-occupied versus rental housing being a different pace of conversion. Certainly conversion, especially if it's premature conversion, meaning not at the end of life of the existing asset, takes capital. And capital availability is obviously restricted in lower income and more challenged economic communities.
From your perspective, the consequence of this will likely result in higher gas rates for those low income and vulnerable individuals because demand will go down for gas as electrification goes up, correct?
No, and I guess I'm maybe I'm not following what you meant by this. In reference to the Aliso Canyon order, which is what's discussed here, the commission felt that expanding storage improved affordability for low-income and economically challenged households. So their point was, we have a long way to go in the end-use conversion chain, and we need to make sure we maintain affordability of gas supply to those that are going to continue to be on natural gas for heating for potentially multiple decades. So again, the expansion of storage there was intended as a measure that would improve affordability for those economically challenged households.
So those those lower income and vulnerable individuals in the short term may not pay more for gas, because your perspective is that the transition from fossil fuels to electrification is premature.
No, the premature goes to whether conversion is productive in terms of carbon reduction. It's not premature or a commentary with regard to the economics to the end user. So your question about over the next multiple decades, economically challenged households being sort of the last users on the gas system is a concern. It's not one that I have for New Mexico, based upon the outlooks that I've read for overall or aggregate gas consumption in the state. But I understand the concern from a conceptual perspective. But again, that doesn't seem to be the likelihood here, nor is it in any way, in my view, an indication that the choice between Keystone and LNG shouldn't be a clear preference for LNG.
All right, can you transition to CCAE Exhibit 5, page 14?
Yes, I have that.
Okay. We'll be looking at the answer D that New Mexico Gas Company supplied to CCAE interrogatory 17. Have you done any work with the company regarding an analysis of the effect of demand response programs on the gas amount demanded by its customers?
Not specific with regard to demand reduction, as I think you're using it here. I have looked at the company's energy efficiency programs generally. I've looked at the spending levels, and I've looked at the amount of demand reduction that can be expected from the funding of those programs. But my examination was not specific to demand reduction, as I think that term is used in answer subpart D.
Or demand side alternatives?
Correct.
Okay, hearing examiner and Mr. Reed, that concludes all the questions I have for you on this topic.
So that concludes your cross-examination of Mr. Reed, correct?
Correct.
Okay, thank you very much, Ms. Lynch.
Yep.
Ms. Beatles, are you prepared to perform your cross-examination of Mr. Reed now?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, all right. Please proceed.
Good afternoon, Mr. Reed.
Good afternoon, Ms. Beatles.
I can't help myself. I need to ask this next question, or this first question. So please refer to page 4 of your rebuttal, and that is NMGC Exhibit 4.
Page 4.
Yes, at the top. Let me know when you're there, Mr. Reed.
Yes, I'm there.
Okay, starting on line 1, you state Ms. Crane concludes that the proposed LNG facility may not be needed, as does Mr. Gould. Next sentence, this is not the correct standard of review. Do you see that?
It is. I do see that, yes.
First of all, isn't the company applying for a certificate of public necessity and convenience?
So the words to that effect, yes.
Okay. And let's refer to WRA Exhibit 5, where we asked you to provide the basis for the opinion that need is not the correct standard of review, and to provide support, including citations to authority. Do you have that open?
Are you talking about the response to 4-3?
Yes.
I have that.
And you objected because the interrogatory called for a legal conclusion or opinion. Is that right?
Initially, yes.
So isn't your statement that it's not the correct standard of review a legal opinion?
I hope not. I'm offering, and it continues, of course, in the next 3 paragraphs, but my point is, number one, I recited the standard that Ms. Crane felt was appropriate, which was public benefit or net benefit, and I agreed with that. And that is, in fact, the standard that I have seen applied in either CPCN or CCN cases around the country. To say that a facility may not be needed implies that there are no alternatives. Well, we know there are alternatives here. There's other facilities, there's Keystone. So there are alternatives that will allow the company to continue to provide reliable service and affordable service. So the way I use need means, but for that, you can't actually complete your objective. I do think the measure that should be evaluated, and this is not a legal opinion, this is my opinion, having done regulatory work for 47 years, is whether it's in the public interest and whether there is a net benefit to customers.
Net public benefit.
Correct.
Generally speaking, don't you agree that the commission should take need into account in deciding whether approval of a new facility is in the public interest?
Need is one issue. Public convenience and necessity are, of course, the phrase that is used in certificate proceedings. And need is an issue with regard to, again, the net public benefit.
So you do agree that the commission should take need into account?
As one matter, yes.
Okay. Do you believe that every capital investment of a utility should show that the benefits exceed cost in order to be approved by the commission?
If you consider benefits both quantitatively and qualitatively, that is typically the standard that's applied, recognizing that new generating resources, new resources of many types may increase customer rates. But again, in order to provide sufficient, reliable, safe, and affordable service, that increase in rates is justifiable.
So whether a facility is needed and whether it produces net benefits are not mutually exclusive, right?
They are not mutually exclusive, yes.
In fact, in many cases, they're complementary.
They can be, yes.
So aren't you basically just saying that not all facilities that would be in the public interest are needed to provide basic utility service?
Not all facilities that are in the
I
public.
know that's a lot of negatives. That's how lawyers speak. But let me,
I'm
not
very,
all utilities
so I know
that
that.
would be in the public interest are needed to provide basic utility service.
As I parse that sentence, I think that's correct.
Okay.
You can have a facility that's in the public interest, even though it may not be the only solution. Therefore, it's not able to be labeled as needed or necessary.
May I pause here?
Yes,
Your question was not all facilities, wasn't it? That would be in the public interest? Or what was the question? Because it
yes.
reads now, not all utilities that would be in the public interest are needed. I believe your question was not all facilities, correct?
Correct.
And
Okay.
that's how I understood and answered the question.
Okay, moving on. Were you listening to Mr. Bullard's testimony yesterday when he reported that a list of the cuts at Keystone may not include all the times when Keystone asked the company to reduce their withdrawals?
Yes.
And did you hear him explain that they may not have records of all those requests from Keystone and that they were made via a phone call?
I did hear that, yes.
So, based on your industry and regulatory experience, I mean, is that typical?
You'll see at the beginning of my testimony, I described the level of cuts that New Mexico Gas Company has experienced as being quite atypical. So begin with, you don't usually see that degree of curtailment of contractual capabilities.
I guess that's not the nature of my question, but I don't mean to interrupt you, so you can go on. Are you referring to your direct testimony?
Yes.
Mhm.
But if your question is it typical to get phone calls frequently where you're being asked to not nominate up to the full quantity? No, it's not typical. But again, that level of underperformance is not typical. I understand why those requests were submitted via telephone. And in fact, it's to the benefit of the company and its customers that the company is made aware of that constraint before it nominates, because that way it's able to synchronize its pipeline capacity with its withdrawal nominations to the storage facility. You don't end up basically stranding firm transportation capacity because you have to pair it with a storage nomination that's going to end up being curtailed.
In your experience, are those requests negotiable?
Typically not. Typically, the pipeline or the storage provider is required to administer any constraints or limitations on a prorated basis among its firm customers. So equally, an equal percentage to each firm storage or firm transportation customer. So if the company were to negotiate with one customer, you would be violating that typically tariff requirement of implementing constraints and force majeure events on a pro rata basis.
And that's the
Regarding, go,
sorry.
and that's it's more important that you ask your question, then I'll ask about FT, firm transportation. Go ahead.
That's the tariff that Keystone files with FERC.
Or with the Texas Railroad Commission, correct?
Or both, right?
Both.
All right. Well, earlier you mentioned, you referenced FT. Mr. Reed, was that firm transportation?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
So have you seen that practice? Well, let me scratch that. So what would happen if New Mexico Gas Company didn't agree? So I can't voluntarily reduce when I'm going to my nominated withdrawal because I need it.
Right. So what would happen is they would nominate their full contractual withdrawal capability, potentially 190,000 a day. Their curtailment, their nomination would be cut or curtailed in the confirmation process by Keystone. And then the problem you'd have is you would have curtailed your withdrawal capability, let's say to 150,000, but you've committed correspondingly 190,000 of firm transportation capacity on the pipeline. So you end up having a gap of 40,000 of firm transportation capacity that you can't use on a pre-scheduled nominated basis. You then have to try and fill that 50,000 gap, basically intraday or next day. So you end up having a synchronization problem, but refusing to comply with their guideline on nomination doesn't mean you get more storage withdrawal. It just means you end up getting it officially cut in the confirmation process, and you create that out of sync problem.
But are you forcing Keystone's hand in some way? Like then do you force them to go take the matter to the next step, whatever that may be, escalate it?
It probably would increase the level of documentation that you're getting. You would actually have a confirmation notice that you're being curtailed. But it doesn't result in a better outcome. In fact, it probably results in a worse outcome because of this synchronization issue.
Okay, but if they curtail you, they have to curtail everybody on a pro rata basis, right?
Right, and presumably they are doing that. If there was ever a case where they were found to not be abiding by their tariff, they would be in big trouble.
At what point does it become grounds for a complaint?
When you have evidence of non-compliance with the tariff.
Like, so for example, if Keystone is not properly maintaining its system or not properly managing its resource, then, and if you had evidence of that, you could presumably file a complaint with the Railroad Commission, with the Railroad Commission, even if you're an out-of-state customer, I suppose, yes, because the commission has regulatory authority over Keystone, right? Or FERC. So I guess presumably you might have grounds for a complaint if you have evidence. I think you said that. Is that right?
If you had evidence, I think your hypothetical was that you would be challenging that a force majeure was not beyond the reasonable control of the provider here at Keystone.
Yes.
It's like litigation. You can always file litigation. You can always file a claim. Doesn't mean you'll prevail.
Mm-hmm. And what is your understanding, just from a high level, of the scope of the Texas Railroad Commission's regulatory authority? Do they just over the terms and conditions of their storage services? Is it like economic regulation, or is it just safety?
It includes safety. It can include economic regulation. It also includes aspects with regard to, again, tariff compliance. Most of the storage, in fact, nearly all of the storage in Texas that's regulated by the Railroad Commission has been granted market-based rate authority. So the rates are not established on a cost of service basis. It's basically whatever the storage provider can get. You still can file, a complaint, even if they are granted market-based rate authority, if you believe they're engaging in price gouging or anti-competitive behavior. But that's a pretty tough case to make. But certainly safety regulation and open access requirements, those kinds of things continue to be part of the jurisdiction of the Railroad Commission.
If the rates are market-based, do the prices still have to be filed?
Yeah, that's a technical answer is yes. They're filed with the actual rates charged being blank or redacted. So the answer is, I don't get to see them. Presumably you don't get to see them, but they are submitted to the commission with the public version being blank or redacted.
Okay, moving on. Thank you for that explanation. On cross-examination by Mr. Elliott earlier today, you were saying with respect to Keystone and the force majeure frequency issue, that the times when it's unavailable is when you need it most, that those force majeures occur during times of peak demand. And have you actually studied or even taken a look at the extent of the correlation between the times and dates those force majeures are declared and the company's level of demand at that time?
I haven't looked at each incident with regard to the level of demand. I have looked at the actual dates of each of the force majeure notices, and they are in February, December, January, February, November, December, January. Those are peak heating season months. They're not occurring in July and August. So that's my concern.
Okay, so you were referring to peak demand in like a more generic sense than just like the actual number that time.
Yes, and again, we know about Winter Storm Uri and the curtailments and those extraordinary peaks, pricing peaks at least. But generally, the force majeure notices are all during what I would consider to be the peak heating months.
Okay, moving on. Please refer to your direct testimony, page 6, line 22. And let me know when you're there.
I am there.
Okay, so that is a continuation of a sentence starting on line 21. Well, let me just add a little context. You start off by saying that the gas supply failures in 2011 and 2021 were extreme, but that in addition to that, the company has experienced numerous failures. And then on lines 21 and 22, you state that many of these failures were small. I'd like to get a better understanding of what you mean by small. So, for example, at what numeric level do injection restrictions or withdrawal restrictions become significant? Or at what point are they no longer small?
The threshold I used is in just the next line, 1,000 decatherms a day.
Wait, can you, I'm sorry, when you look away, I didn't hear you as
Yes,
well.
I'm sorry, 1,000
That's all right.
decatherms per day. That's the number that's on line 22 on page 6.
Oh, okay. It's right there. Thank you. And so that would apply to your assessment of all the types of failures that you list.
Correct. There are supply failures, that's flowing gas, transportation, or storage.
Mhm. And on page 7, you state is experiencing material gas supply failures an average of once every 9 days typical for gas utilities? You say no. And my question is, like, what are you including in those gas supply failures? Assuming that's just everything that you listed in the paragraph before, failures associated with issues with production, interstate pipeline transportation, and underground storage, right?
Yeah, specifically the list is on page 7 at line 8, where it says supply, storage, and transportation failures.
And that includes everything I just mentioned, right? Production, interstate pipeline transportation, underground storage.
Yes, it includes all of those.
And third-party marketers who are committed to deliver certain amounts, right? And there could be issues with that.
Correct.
And then I do have one more question. And you performed an analysis of the savings that could have been achieved under 3 different scenarios, I guess, assuming the 2021 conditions, right? Like severe weather event conditions.
Correct.
And when you quantified those savings, did you factor in the annual revenue requirement of the cost of this facility?
Of the LNG facility?
Correct.
No, specifically, as I said earlier, in our analysis of the cost and benefit of the LNG facility, we assumed the gas cost savings was zero. The savings, whatever they are, either on our Winter Storm Uri event or in a more typical event, as we've described it for the 5-year look back done in response to WRA-1, that analysis is additive to the benefits. So the cost benefit analysis begins by fully considering the revenue requirement of the LNG facility, and then assumes zero, and then says beyond that, there can be, in fact, should be expected to be gas cost savings of $3 to $5 million a year, even under normal conditions, putting aside Winter Storm Uri.
Mhm. Yeah, my question was specifically limited to your savings scenarios, but I think you answered like no. So anyway, thank you very much, and that's it.
Thank you, Ms. Beatles. Commissioner O'Connell, you have questions for Mr. Reed?
Yeah, thanks. I don't have any questions.
Well, thank you, Commissioner O'Connell. I think it's my turn. I have a few. Mr. Reed, early on in your testimony, oh, wait, there's Commissioner Ellison. I'm sorry. Commissioner Ellison, please, it's your turn, not mine.
That's fine, Mr. Hearing Examiner. Either way is fine with me. I just had a few brief questions. Good afternoon, Mr. Reed. Appreciate your testifying today. One question I had, in your testimony, you discussed looking at some potential alternative underground storage in West Texas. Where would that storage need to be located in order to be useful to New Mexico Gas Company?
It would have to be located within economic reach of its current firm transportation entitlements. So the El Paso system and the Transwestern system. So realistically, within the Permian Basin and relatively close to the main line of those two transmission systems. That's, of course, where Keystone is located. And presumably another facility, if there was one, would have to be in relatively close proximity to where Keystone is today.
Would a facility at or near the Waha hub qualify?
No. And there are projects that we looked at that are near Waha, near Katy, near the Houston Ship Channel. And of course, those storage projects are designed primarily to serve the increasing LNG export market. But no, those facilities are not within economic reach of the firm transportation capacity held by New Mexico Gas.
And that firm transportation capacity extends only to the Keystone facility. It would not geographically extend any further along the El Paso or Transwestern pipelines?
No, it extends into the Permian Basin and to the trading hubs within Permian. But so it's not limited to Keystone, but Waha or Katy or Houston Ship Channel are not on the El Paso and Transwestern systems in terms of the economic reach of New Mexico Gas Company. The ones we looked at that had availability, the storage projects we looked at that had availability would require that you contract for substantial additional firm transportation capacity, and that really wipes out the economics.
I see. And in terms of underground storage, you were looking at whether there was any new storage. Would it be possible for the company to buy into existing storage capacity? Say if a existing capacity owner was willing to sell?
You can always try to basically outbid someone else or in the secondary market acquire at above the rate that that primary market participant is paying. I will say that right now, high deliverability storage, not reservoir-based storage like Gamma Ridge, but salt dome storage or LNG storage, high deliverability storage is at an incredible premium in West Texas. I can't imagine that any of the current participants would be too keen on relinquishing that for anything other than, let's say, a king's ransom, essentially. I think they would be looking at the cost of new projects and saying, if you're willing to pay me for Keystone what I'm going to have to pay to get into a new project, then we can talk. But those economics are certainly not favorable.
I see. And when you did your analysis, did you study the what you felt would be the ideal amount of storage for New Mexico gas to deal with price volatility, or were you more focusing on a replacement for the existing storage facility?
We started by understanding that the company's intention was to replace Keystone and at least have the deliverability out of LNG that is currently there for Keystone. So to be clear, the company isn't planning on justifying this facility with growth or with additional customer loads. It's just a swap. We did, however, look at earlier filings the company had made with regard to smaller LNG facilities and understood why, in fact, that proposal did not go forward. That would have been challenging in terms of both meeting reliability needs and providing any price protection. So here, it is replacement, and we started with that. I will note that we have had comments from interveners that say both that the proposed facility is too big and that the proposed facility is too small. You might take some comfort from that, but I do think that realistically the need here is shaped by the replacement of Keystone, not growth, not trying to engage in some other form of optimization. But we looked at the proposal as it was structured, which was the replacement of Keystone.
I understand. And if you were to undertake such a study to look at, what the ideal or optimal amount of storage for New Mexico gas might be, how would you conduct such a study?
That's a complex question because here the objective is twofold. It is to improve reliability and to provide some price protection against price spikes. And the optimal quote unquote level of storage really is going to come down to your perspective on what is the future of price volatility and how reliable or unreliable will Keystone be in the future. I will say that even with increasing volatility in traded markets and with decreasing reliability of Keystone, I think you could make the case that you want to go beyond what's currently contracted for. But we didn't try and get into that level of what I'll call optimization or simulation. It does, though, come down to what you think is the right outlook on commodity markets and the level of price volatility that's going to be there. My own view is it's not going to get any better. I think, in fact, it's likely to increase volatility. I'm encouraged by the fact that this facility in the future could be expanded slightly, and it could even be modified to simultaneously liquefy and vaporize for not much money. So there are things like that I think are worth remembering when we talk about the justification for the currently proposed facility. But optimization is a very tough question because it really comes down to how you view some very subjective issues with regard to reliability and volatility.
You've mentioned that the company's current injection capacity at Keystone is 75,000 MMBTU or MCF per day, and that the LNG facility would have a 10,000 MCF per day injection capacity. How big of a constraint do you think that level of reduction will place on the utility of the storage?
And that's a good question. We've talked to the company. That was one of the first questions we had is, so what changes in your operational guidelines or day-to-day portfolio decisions when you've got a 10,000 injection or 10,000, in this case, liquefaction capability versus the 75,000? And it does actually set up a change in how you buy gas. You're not going to be overbuying flowing gas in terms of your first of month contracts or swing contracts the way that's being done today. Today, the company does have a practice of overbuying, basically with the understanding that as cuts occur, they'll make sure they have enough gas. And if they have too much, they'll inject into Keystone, assuming Keystone doesn't have an injection limitation. So what this does is it says you're going to do more of a matching process for expected needs and flowing gas, the daily swing gas. But that's not problematic because of the direct control over the LNG facility. The risk always of not overbuying is that you end up being short. But if you end up being short and you've got control of an LNG facility with 185,000 of vaporization capability right there on your distribution main and that you control, then that drop down in injection capability or liquefaction capability doesn't become problematic. You can pack the line a little bit more at the distribution level, put a little bit higher level of line back in. But again, the key is you want to have insurance that you're not going to be short. And the LNG facility provides that degree of insurance. So you don't overbuy, that reduces your injection requirement, and you backstop that with direct on-system LNG vaporization capability. But it's a good operating question, and one that we started with very early in our questions to the company.
If there were to be very cheap gas on the spot market, it would clearly limit your ability to purchase that gas if your injection capacity is much less.
Your ability to purchase that gas and store it's really going to be a function of capacity. And again, you're not typically looking to expect to buy cheap spot gas in the heating season. You're expecting to buy that in the off-peak season. And there you're going to be limited by both your summer loads and by your aggregate storage volume. So I don't see that as being a major constraint. If you've got cheap gas, you're certainly not going to be vaporizing LNG. And the step down in daily injection capability, it doesn't really concern me that that's somehow going to make limit your ability to utilize what may be very economically attractive gas at times. Again, that's more a function of storage capacity and what your summer loads are like.
Great, thank you, Mr. Reed. You're answering my questions and your testimony.
My pleasure, sir.
Thank you, Commissioner Ellison. Mr. Reed, sorry to pile on, but I have a few questions. Thank you. You testified earlier that we being presumably you and the company, looked at the alternative of third-party storage. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Testimony. And third-party storage, third-party, could that be a synonym for merchant? A merchant facility, a third-party facility?
Mr. Hearing Examiner, you and I may be using merchant a little bit differently. Merchant to me typically means where the owner or developer of the project is bearing market risk. Merchant power plants typically build and then sell their output into the grid at the LMTP, or I'm sorry, the locational marginal price within an organized power market. Sometimes developers who develop on a contract basis and sell their output
Right.
on renewable contracts fully to a utility are thought of as merchants, but that's not how I would use the term merchant. Merchant to me means you're bearing market risk or development risk. Third-party storage, to go directly to your question, means storage owned by somebody other than the gas company. So that Keystone is
Okay.
third-party storage, as an example, although I would not describe them as a merchant.
And Plymouth, Washington, Columbia River facility, that's also third party, isn't it?
Yes,
Or was? Is it still in operation? Do you know?
I think it is, but that question should go to someone else.
Well, I wanted to ask you, since are you aware that I made a bench request to the company for a list of all peak shaving LNG facilities in North America, hopefully, United States and Canada, a list. How familiar are you with peak shaving LNG facilities?
I have a lot of familiarity with that.
Okay, so but you don't know whether the Plymouth, Washington, Columbia River peak shaving facility survived the explosion? And
I think your question was, is it still currently operating? And I don't know the answer to that.
did it operate after the explosion in 2012, 14, something like that?
Again, I haven't looked into that. That probably is a better
But-
question for Mr. Barkley.
That's fine. I certainly ask him about it. I was just testing your knowledge of but you're really pretty knowledgeable about peak shaving facilities. So would you gainsay how many? Would you have any estimate of how many peak shaving facilities are utility owned versus developer or third party owned, or just third party owned?
Yeah, so you'll see this in the list that's, I think, going to be generated in response to your bench request. There are peak shaving facilities like the one that's proposed here. There are mobile facilities as well, and there are called satellite facilities.
Mhm.
So there's not a common lexicon with regard to what is peak shaving. The satellite facilities are peak shaving, but they tend to have no liquefaction capability. They, have a tank and they vaporize.
Well, I'm speaking more. I'm asking more apples to apples liquefaction facilities like
So
this,
comparable to this
that is proposed.
comparable to this proposed facility, more than 3/4 I would expect to be utility owned, maybe
Okay.
as much as 90%. In my testimony, my direct testimony, that is, I have a discussion of recently built LNG facilities
Right.
and proposed LNG facilities, all of which are peak shaving, to use the term that you've used. Every single one of those is a utility-owned project. So I think that's a pretty good indication of where the market is right now. Utilities from, East Coast to West Coast, north to south, are seeing the value, the benefit, both in terms of reliability and in terms of price protection of this type of facility, which is why you see, I think, more than a dozen facilities like this listed in my testimony.
Right. And I think you know where I'm going with this, because you heard my examination of Mr. Bullard, where he said that the proposed LNG facility is the best only option, right? And I want to know whether you agree that, having not evaluated third party or developer LNG facilities as part of the due diligence here, that you believe that I could find in a recommended decision that this LNG facility is the best only option, when in fact the company didn't evaluate developer or third party merchant facilities, similar facilities.
Yeah, so that's a good point, and let's take a couple of minutes to talk about that. The benefit that this facility has is that it is built on the edge of the distribution system, so on a distribution main. It's directly controlled by the gas company, by the distribution company, and it's dedicated to the distribution company. In addition to the fact that because of ownership, control over future use in terms of expansion, adding simultaneous liquefaction and vaporization, all of those are decisions that the gas company gets to make as opposed to a third-party owner. If you have a third-party owner developing an LNG project, number one, they're going to want it to be close to a trading hub or close to a liquid market where they could in fact sell that capacity to others. Okay, that's not what's proposed here. Having a LNG facility, for example, at Blanco Hub, or at Waha or Katy or anyplace else at a major trading hub, that improves market access, and that's going to be the kind of very broad market access that a developer wants. But that doesn't provide the on-system control that's essential to the reliability and operational flexibility of this facility. So I view them as being very, very different options. The fact that the company did not look at merchant projects that would be remotely located doesn't bother me in the least in terms of understanding the support for this project and why it makes sense for the gas company.
You assume it'd be remotely located, but couldn't the merchant be building it on the proposed site?
Again, if you have a merchant building it on the proposed site, the merchant is saying, I'm not looking to provide access to any other market. Okay, I'm not looking to.
That's a developer.
Yeah. So a developer is going to want to know that if at some point the gas company wants to step down its contract quantity or let its contract expire or whatever, that it can then take that project and likely have an upstream or downstream market for that type of, high deliverability storage. A plant dedicated to and on the edge of the distribution system for the gas company isn't going to be a viable merchant plant because there is no other accessible market. You're locking in one market. So to me, they're very different products. Given the needs of the company, realistically, all you would do by adding another owner, a third party, would be to lose control of typically owner decisions like expansion rights or capital improvements, those kinds of things. And I can understand why the company would not want to do that. I also think economically, given that you don't have a liquid market, this facility would have access to, you're not going to get a lower cost of capital than a utility cost of capital for this kind of a project. This isn't a wind park or a solar facility where you can sign a 10-year PPA and the solar developer knows they can always take it to California or always take it to Texas or elsewhere within traded markets. There, you tend to have pretty attractive costs of capital. That's not what we're talking about here. We're talking about an illiquid on-site dedicated facility. So,
and there are no, and go ahead.
I'm just saying, I don't see there being any economic or financial advantage of adding a third party. I do see a disadvantage in terms of control of the facility.
And you and the company scoured the Transwestern and Permian, anything adjacent to it, to see whether there was any development that, by any kind of a merchant facility that might be in the works?
Yes.
There's nothing like that, right? Or is there?
That
you're aware of?
There are, but not within economic reach of the gas company. You are talking about projects in typically the eastern half of Texas or even in central Texas, but you're talking about having to contract with one or two additional gas pipelines on an FT basis to get to those facilities.
Mm-hmm.
That's going to wipe out the economics of the project. So we did scour the market. We tried to find every single facility that's been announced in development or that is having an open season to solicit interest. There was nothing else that we found that was high deliverability, either salt dome or LNG based, that was reliable, and that was economically accessible.
Thank you very much for that. And your patience with me on this. Because we're already after 5, unfortunately. Very quickly, we're talking about LNG facilities and other storage facilities like Aliso Canyon in states with forward-leaning, aggressive carbon reduction or energy transition like policies that have been promulgated and in effect in states. And I guess part of the reason I wanted to see that list of like facilities is to see what states like Washington and Oregon and California are doing, or Colorado too, or any others that you want to add to the mix that are doing what would seem counter to what some of the interveners think is appropriate with regard to runs against the policy here of developing an LNG facility. What is the state of play in those states with forward-leaning carbon reduction and energy transition-like policies that have been promulgated relatively recently?
Perhaps unfortunately, but many of the states that are forward-leaning in your terms are also states where it's almost impossible to site a new energy facility. California is the best example of that. The opportunity to build an LNG facility or even expand an existing one basically doesn't exist in California. Aliso Canyon being an existing underground facility, expanding through adding additional injection wells and withdrawal wells, and that's a different proposition, and that's viable, as
Right.
the California PUC found. Most of the activity in this type of peak shaving facility is in states that are, I would say, more centrist. There's some customer growth, again, growth in the 1% to 2% range. You see.
Did you mention one in Minnesota?
Minnesota is looking at expanding it, yeah. And
that is a state, though, that is forward-leaning, though, isn't it?
it is. And I will tell you, if you look at the docket in which the Minnesota Commission investigated Winter Storm Uri cost in that state, it was very keen on making sure that LNG not only played a role in satisfying future needs for price mitigation and storage, both seasonal and peak day. It urged Centerpoint, Minnesota, for example, which is one of the largest, I think it is the largest LDC in the state, to examine expanding its storage operations, both underground and LNG. The commission expressed concern that there hadn't been enough storage capability developed in that state. So even with, I would agree with you, aggressive decarbonization goals, it understands the importance of reliability and price protection for customers. And I'll be the first in saying it was not satisfied that the gas companies were doing enough to meet those objectives for reliability and price protection.
What about Illinois, which also is forward-leaning?
Yeah.
Using my terminology.
Thinking about the gas companies in Illinois, I'm not aware of any LNG project that's been proposed in Illinois. There are two. You'll see, in fact, two LNG projects in Indianapolis, or in basically Marion County, Indiana, that have just been converted from utility rate base to merchant. And I think they're actually now owned by Kinder Morgan, and that are looking to basically contract for service there. And the Illinois utilities would be potential customers for those facilities. But that's kind of an atypical situation where Peoples Gas in Indianapolis, I think, decided to basically divest those facilities and find a better market for them.
And finally, Wisconsin has recently approved one or two, right? LNG facilities.
One that I'm aware of, yes. And
But
that's
I'm sorry, go ahead.
that's also a pretty forward-leaning jurisdiction in terms of decarbonization.
Is it? It's a regressive legislature.
Yeah, but if you look at the commitments that the commission has insisted, for example, from WEC, Wisconsin Energy Corporation, to shut down coal plants that were actually built fairly recently, they have been very aggressive in pushing that. So I remember actually testifying in favor of those coal plants in 2012. So that wasn't that long ago. And now they're shutting them down. So
Great. Well, thank you, Mr. Reed.
yeah,
Mr. Haverly, redirect.
If I could have one moment to confer with Mr. Domi.
Sure.
If there is, it's going to be very, very short.
And while he's conferring, commissioners, do you have any follow-up at all? Just one last.
Yeah, I
chance
don't. Thank you.
Okay.
No, thank you.
Mr. Hearing Examiner, we do not have any redirect.
Great, Mr. Haverly. Unless, well, I'll just ask, is there any, 5 minutes of recross real quick, because if anything that the commissioners talked about and the hearing examiner. Yes, going once, twice, no recross. Great, thank you. Recross is kind of frowned upon, but I did allow it the first time. So, Mr. Reed, with that, truly appreciate your testimony. It's very enlightening. And thank you for coming all the way out from beautiful Marlborough, Massachusetts.
Glad to be here. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Your excuse, sir. All right. Thank you. Now, before we close for the night and recess, we need to talk about the witness order. Mr. Yardley has to testify tomorrow for certain. And then we have Barclay, Jones, and Blotter still, with Subra, any ease witness being moved to Thursday morning before Mr. Rilkoff, hopefully. So let's see, Mr. Haverly, should we start tomorrow with Barclay or Yardley? Or Mr. Dome?
Yeah, so I believe that Mr. Barkley is available, but I think his availability is better in the afternoon than the morning.
You mean Yardley?
Yardley, sorry.
Yeah,
Yardley is available, but it's better in the afternoon than the morning. So if we could start with Barkley, that would be preferred.
Okay, so let's go through the list very quickly so that we know what we're doing up front. So it's Barclay, Jones, Buchanan for Blotter, and then Yardley. Close with Yardley.
That would work for us.
And Mr. Hearing Examiner,
Okay.
if any of those first three go too far, I think we can slip Mr. Yardley in. But he is more available in the afternoon. He's on the East Coast, traveling to DC.
Okay.
So the afternoon.
All right. Well, let's stick with this for now and see how it works, because yeah. So let's expect to have Barclay first in the morning at 9 a.m., followed by Edward Jones, and then Eric Buchanan, and then the close of gas company's case in chief will be Yardley, unless we need to revise that. And then the Attorney General's witnesses are on notice that if we are lucky and have time, that one or more of them may testify tomorrow as well. They're listed there, but it looks like they may be moved to Thursday, potentially. Maybe not. We'll see how it goes. Is there anything else to address before we reset?
Mr. Hearing Examiner, I did have one question, and I could address it in email, but we have in Mr. Rosencrantz's testimony, and I believe in Ms. Crane's, we do refer to figures that have since been updated. And I'm just wondering, do you have a preference as to how we handled the erratas to their testimony? Would you like amended exhibits or a one-pager that identifies the page and line numbers where the changes are occurring?
Well, I prefer that, well, you need to file the erratas and then the revised testimony interlineated it at this point. And then hopefully tonight or tomorrow, I'll be looking for an email from you to substitute those amended exhibits in Dropbox. Is that suitable to you?
Yes, sir.
That
I will be
approach?
working on it.
Okay, thank you. Let's go with that, and I'll be looking for those. You said which witnesses? Rosencrantz and Crane?
Yes.
Okay, yeah. If that is okay with you, that's the way I'd like to go.
Very good.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Elliott. Is there anything else to address before we recess? Very well, with nothing else to address, we are in recess till tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. Thank you all very much.